topping your Fox 45 early edition newscast. The former head of a local nonprofit now indicted. Coming up, the calls for transparency on how these organizations are spending your tax dollars. Plus, acting Baltimore Police Commissioner Richard Worley now hearing from residents on public safety, the questions he's answering and which ones he's not.
We're tracking our next weather maker, bringing some rain showers to the region. We'll talk about how it's going to impact your day coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for waking up with us. It's Thursday, August 10th. I'm Megan Gillen. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with a look at our forecast, and we're expecting some rain.
Yeah, we are. We're tracking some rain that hasn't really moved in yet, but will be moving in over the next couple of hours. Could be impacting the second half of our commute, and especially through the middle part of the day. Let's take a look at that HD radar right now. You can see some of those showers over to Pittsburgh, out through Parkersburg, all the way up toward Erie, PA. But really seeing mainly dry conditions throughout most of Maryland at this time. And looking out over our Towson camera, pretty quiet conditions, some cloud cover out there. Temperatures are kind of mild. In fact, we're seeing some low to mid 70s for Towson and Baltimore right now. 68 Cockeysville, 69 in Owings Mills. So mostly cloudy and cooler. We're tracking those showers and a few storms as well today, and then we'll be drier and hotter for the weekend. Back with your full forecast coming up.
All right, Justin, thank you. Developing now, Reginald Davis, the former CEO of a major nonprofit in Baltimore, has been indicted. Davis is facing one wire fraud charge, two money laundering charges. He is accused of illegally obtaining more than $1 million in COVID relief money. Fox 45 News is following this latest news hitting the nonprofit Strong City Baltimore. Davis, we know, served as the CEO of Strong City Baltimore from April of 2021 until December of 2022. But today, he is still listed on the nonprofit's website as the CEO. Adam Andrzejewski, a government waste watchdog, notes that Strong City is still delinquent with Maryland's charity registration and says the red flags with Strong City have been raised for years.
So you had all these organizations saying that Strong Cities Baltimore wasn't managing their own money properly. They weren't filing their payroll on a timely basis. They weren't filing their financial statements. And yet we identified $800,000 in city funds and city school funds flowed with a lack of transparency and no accountability to the organization as late as February of 2022.
Davis now awaits his next court date while his court-appointed attorney prepares his defense. Strong City Baltimore did not respond to our request for comment. It is unclear who is leading the organization right now. Coming up in our 5 o'clock hour, Olivia Dance will be joining us live from the courthouse downtown with a look at what the indictment papers say and what is next in this federal indictment. Well, this indictment is raising new questions about the state of affairs for hundreds of other nonprofits. Andrzejewski says that as many as 1 in 4 nonprofits in the city are not in compliance with state law, but millions in tax dollars keep flowing their way.
The city and the schools both pumped in hundreds of thousands of dollars into Strong Cities Baltimore during a period where the organization was out of compliance and quote unquote delinquent and owed hundreds of dollars worth of fines.
Inspector General Isabel Cumming began investigating Strong City Baltimore a year ago after receiving a complaint. She says many nonprofits entrust that fiscal sponsors like Strong City Baltimore are on sound financial ground.
It's such a passion, it's such a vision that the accounting part of it is the difficult part. Having to do all of those type of rules, having to do the reporting, that type of stuff. So many times they encourage people to use fiscal sponsorships.
Well, Cumming insists these fiscal sponsors should be audited annually to ensure that they are managing funds like they say they are. And that brings us to our question of the day. Do you think Baltimore City should be required to fully disclose how tax dollars are spent on nonprofits? So far, taking a look at the results, 95% of those who have voted say yes. You can make your voice heard right now at foxbaltimore.com/vote. Fox 45 News will continue to push elected leaders and city agencies for transparency. Our full reporting on the questions surrounding Baltimore nonprofits is available on our website, foxbaltimore.com. Elsewhere in a city in crisis, acting Baltimore Police Commissioner Richard Worley holds his second public comment session to ask Baltimore residents about their public safety priorities. People submitted yesterday's questions through social media, and Mayor Brandon Scott handpicked the questions. But some questions in the session's chat were left unanswered, including questions surrounding the mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement and Safe Streets. Fox 45 News asked residents what they would want to see from Worley.
Public safety is a big issue, so where do you start with that? The unsolved murders, and of course we want people who are committing crimes off the street, violent crimes against
in public schools.
We are imploring the Board of Education to respect our First Amendment rights to religious freedom. That's the real issue.
When we think about inclusion and religious rights and religious inclusion, we see the need for more books and not less of them.
In a statement to Fox 45 News, a spokesperson for Montgomery County Public Schools says they appreciate the proceedings and respect the process to reach a decision in this matter. Well, this isn't the first pride-related controversy in Maryland this year. Last month, Anne Arundel County leaders rejected a proposed ban that would have prevented any flags without an educational purpose from hanging in the classroom. Proponents of the ban argued the pride flag was a distraction, while those against the ban say it shouldn't have been a priority.
The classroom really is for learning, and it's not the place to enact social justice.
I don't think just taking flags out of classrooms or just having an American flag in a classroom is going to solve the issues that we have within the school system now, as far as the test scores falling behind or children falling behind.
The bill would not have applied to the American flag, Maryland flag, or any other government-affiliated flag. Well, make sure you download the Fox 45 News app for breaking news, up-to-the-minute traffic conditions. We've got school closings on there. We've got weather. You can find it anytime. Just search WBFF in your app store. An international summit in Brazil ends with a vow to combat deforestation. Still to come, the unique timeline of this agreement.
They are called as super agers. For some reason, from the inside out, they seem to age more gracefully than others. I'm Liz Bonus. We're going to tell you what that means and their secrets to eternal youth. It's just ahead.
Small ears. Meantime, here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Scott Thuman. This morning on the National Desk, new numbers out in the morning on the Consumer Price Index. We'll dive into the data that is this morning on the National Desk, America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, the CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. It is 4:42, and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, a local all morning. In your health watch, do you know someone who, no matter how old they get, they still look young? Well, medical reporter Liz Bonus is sharing the top 4 habits of these highly healthy super agers.
Hey there, hello to you. Super agers are people who seem to age gracefully from the inside out. By the time they are 70 or 80 years old, they have the brain and body of a person decades younger.
Ready, set, go.
In addition to that, they appear to lose less brain volume over time with at least 4 healthy habits, according to researchers at Northwestern University.
I wasn't trying to, but I lost 10 pounds. I gained 6 pounds in muscle mass. I lost visceral fat.
The first is what Kathleen Alter started doing about a year ago at Ohio's Activate Brain and Body Fitness Center. She stepped up her physical activity.
The super agers had behavioral patterns earlier in life to help them slow the aging process of their brain.
That means exercise science specialist Adam Ortman says they started these habits.
So in their 30s, their 40s, their 50s.
Moms Erin and Danielle got that message.
We're in the top 5 young people.
They've also picked up super ager habit number 2. They challenge themselves. So tell me about that. Tell me about the brain benefit.
So as a mom of 3 and multitasking and doing a lot of things, this is a time to come here and focus on me.
If you can work brain and body at the same time,
you have to remember the pattern that they lit up and hit that pattern.
This dual task training builds what's called cognitive reserve,
which is essentially like a savings account for your brain.
The third habit of highly healthy super agers is that in addition to building body and brain,
I've noticed that I'm improving things that I can do, whether it's recall, memory, following instructions, sort of things like that.
They occasionally indulge, whether it's a glass of wine or a weekly dessert. Those who moderately splurge as part of an active lifestyle appear to be less likely to develop memory problems and Alzheimer's with age. Finally, super agers are super social. When researchers study their brains, they appear to have 4 to 5 times the number of certain neurons linked to social awareness. This compared to the average person the same age. I'm medical reporter Liz Bonus. Back to you.
Very good tips there. Well, the Maryland Zoo gives another update on the rescued otter pup that so many have fallen in love with. So have we. So we're going to show you. Take a look. The zoo sharing this video of the pup right there, munching on an apple and taking a little dip in the water. He's a super ager. He's doing all the things Liz told us to. The zoo says they've begun introducing the otter pup to new foods, including apples and carrots and even crickets. They say it provides her with a well-rounded nutrition and enriches her environment. Plus, the zoo says she really enjoys chasing after her fruits and the veggies in the pool, too. She kind of swims and plays with them. She's doing pretty well out there. All right. Might not be swimming weather here this afternoon. It's 4:48. We want to check back in with meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's kind of tracking this next weather maker. What's the timing look like?
I used to eat Otter Pops all the time. Otter Pops. They're freezy pops.
Yes.
See, people don't know on the East Coast what otter pops are.
I call them freezies or ices.
Well, they're like freezy pops, but in the West Coast, they had these things called otter pops, and they all had a little character on all the different colors.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, now
really
that
cool.
is different then.
Yeah. So it was awesome.
The worst thing is trying to find the scissors and.
Yeah, that's not fun.
I know it should have just an easy.
Tear it off. Right. Yeah. It is summertime. We're going to need those freezies or slushies or whatever you got to cool you down this weekend because our temperatures are going way back up, and it will definitely feel summer-like because it's summer. But we are tracking some showers here that are going to be moving in over the next couple of hours. And overall, right now, our Towson camera looking pretty good. We're definitely seeing that humidity that is up there with that dew point at 68 degrees and temperature at 74. So that muggy meter puts us well into the humid and muggy category here. And we're going to keep those dew points up today because we're tracking our next weather maker. And you can see our HD radar very quiet right now. Starting to see just a few light showers being picked up just west of Hagerstown. But when you zoom out a little bit farther, you can actually see some of that line of showers. A couple of thunderstorms south of Erie and north of Pittsburgh. So some of that is going to be making its way toward us over the next few hours. So let's put that into motion now and show you our future scan. The wind is going to turn to be more from the south today, or southerly wind, and that's going to bring in more of that warmer air as well as more of the moist air that's going to be rolling in. Through about 9 a.m. we're dry. Even through about 11 o'clock right now, still looking like we're going to stay mainly dry. A couple of light showers around the the 1 and 2 o'clock hour. Looking to be about 2 or 3 p.m. before more of the heavier rain showers move right into the area. And you can see in the 3 o'clock hour, that big orange blob right there from Baltimore down through Columbia and Laurel. That could be some of the heavy rain. Even could see some thunderstorms as well with this system coming through. But by the time we get to about 5 p.m. and you're heading out for happy hour on a Thursday, should be seeing some of the drier air starting to move in, and we're done with the rain by tonight. 74 here in the next couple of hours and lower 70s through the 6 and 7 o'clock hour in your rise and shine cast. Probably won't see much of the sun today. We're going to keep the clouds around, and that's going to bring our temperatures down too. A lot of us will see this upper 70s. Some of us will slide into the lower 80s for the eastern shore, Annapolis, up into Baltimore City through the afternoon, even 81 down in D.C. today. And if you are heading down the ocean, 82 there in Ocean City. Notice our temperature tracker. We're below average today, but starting tomorrow and all the way through the weekend, we're going to stay well above average. We've got those lower 90s coming through the weekend and into early next week, and then those numbers staying in the above average category. So looking at our 7-day forecast here, O's have a game today, 12:35. Hopefully they can get that game in with some of that rain. That'll be around upper 80s tomorrow, and then check out the sunshine through the weekend. Our next chance for storms after today comes late Monday into Tuesday of next week. Now let's get a check on mass transit. Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning.
Well, good morning, Justin. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find on-time service on the Camden, Penn, and Brunswick lines of MARC Light Rail Link, though. Still dealing with a service disruption between North Avenue and Lutherville. Certainly allow time for travel there as you'll take delays in your commute. Out there on the Metro Subway Link system, you'll find on-time service from end to end for the start. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. Well, this morning we are demanding answers from city nonprofits. Coming up, what the latest numbers show when it comes to compliance with state law. And deadly wildfires just raging through Hawaii, causing mass evacuations. Coming up, a local speaks on the devastation and its lasting impacts. It's 4:52. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Making headlines this morning, 11 people are dead after a fire sweeps through a French vacation home hosting adults with disabilities. Authorities say those who didn't make it were trapped on the upper floor by the fire. 5 others were able to escape. All 12 people staying on the ground floor managed to get out. Authorities are investigating the circumstances of the fire and whether the building met all required safety standards. This morning, meantime, parts of Maui just cleaning up from devastating wildfires. This is a live look here behind me. This is from the side of the island that has been untouched. You can see everything looks as normal. But in the west, many live cameras are looking like this. You can see this camera is missing in action. These cameras are unavailable. We know now 36 people have been confirmed dead because of these fires there. Officials are saying that number could rise. We're hearing that Sophia Lesios with our Sinclair sister station in Fresno has been speaking with island locals about the tragic time.
We're learning a California woman is one of the thousands searching for a relative as fires continue to rage in Maui. Wildfires in Maui have collided, creating an apocalyptic scenario in an area usually known for its natural tropical beauty. Many rush to save their lives as flames engulf Lahaina in Maui.
Let's go! And with those high winds, it raged down into Lahaina and has basically burned it into the ground.
Close to 30 power lines have been burnt, leaving residents without power or service to call 911.
I've seen footage of people driving through the flash point of a fire where everything is burning. They open the door to help a woman who was dead on the ground. They would have been asphyxiated immediately.
One Central Valley woman visiting Maui sent us this photo saying she's one of the many now searching for a missing loved one. In this case, her sister.
It's a disaster. Children getting separated from their family, and complete families that are unaccounted for, and people are fearing the worst. I've had friends jump on mopeds in the middle of the night to get out there to search for their family, and I haven't heard from any of them.
Winds from Hurricane Dora, hundreds of miles away, are helping to fuel the flames, according to the National Weather Service.
These winds, when they pick up like this, it's a recipe for disaster with these non-native grasses that we have all around.
Last month, Hawaii's Governor Josh Green declared an emergency over the increasingly high price of housing for residents. Now Hansen says this is going to make it worse.
Now we're dealing with hundreds, if not thousands, of homes that are gone. So I'm fearful for our future. There's going to be a lot of families that are going to have to leave the island because there's not a lot of other options out there.
Non-essential air travel is being discouraged by Hawaiian authorities, and now flights are being canceled to Maui by airlines such as United to help locals get off the island. I'm Sophia Lesios reporting.
Just incredible images there. The acting governor, Sylvia Luke, issued 2 emergency proclamations authorizing several actions, including activating the National Guard. Coming up in about 15 minutes, Shannon Lilly will be at our live center with some brand new video coming into our newsroom. The leaders of 8 South American countries are vowing to combat deforestation, closing out an international summit in Brazil focused on the Amazon rainforest. A deadline on any shared commitments is missing from the agreement. Instead, the individual countries will have to set their own environmental goals. Brazil and Colombia are leading the charge with promises to stop deforestation completely by the year 2030. And Ecuador hopes to become carbon neutral by 2050. The former head of a local nonprofit now indicted. Coming up, the calls for transparency on how these organizations are spending your tax dollars. And as the search for a killer continues in Harford County, we hear from the family who found the body of a woman on a popular Bel Air trail.
And we're tracking some rain showers moving into the region for this morning and into the afternoon. We'll talk about just how much rain we're looking at coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Just about 5 o'clock on this Thursday morning, August 10th, I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gillen. Patrice Sanders is off today, and we're starting out mild right now.
Yes. not bad, but rain is headed our way. We need to go over to meteorologist Justin Chambers, find out the timing of this all.
Yeah, we're dying to see those rain showers move in by midday today and into the early afternoon. Could get some moderate to heavy rain at times. Also could see some more thunderstorms return as well. Lights are on right there at Camden Yards. O's didn't get the win last night, but trying to avoid the sweep. They've got a 12:35 pitch or first pitch today, and hopefully we can get that game in because we're tracking this rain that is right there to the west of us, moving into Parkersburg, up into Pittsburgh, and up into Erie. So that system is our next weather maker, and that's what's going to bring the rain showers to our area. Pretty mild conditions, 60s in western Maryland, most of us in the lower 70s right now for Westminster and Bel Air to Baltimore, all the way up and down the Chesapeake at this time. So mostly cloudy and cooler, showers and a few storms for today, and we'll definitely be drier and hotter for this upcoming weekend. Your morning drive should stay dry, even though we keep those clouds around, but you probably need the AC on with numbers staying in the low to mid 70s and very muggy out there as well. We're back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
Taking a look at your Lynn Stoller Traffic Network and some good news on all the major roads. We're fine. No issues to report right now. Also, crews have been really cleaning up since Monday's storms here, and just Bel Air and then Bel Air. There's a road in Bel Air that's still shut down from that, and one more also, 140 in Westminster. They're the only two now indicated when we're talking about the road closure at High Street in Bel Air, both directions still.
Developing now, a former CEO of a major nonprofit in Baltimore has been indicted.
Yeah, Reginald Davis is accused of illegally obtaining more than $1 million in COVID relief money. Fox 45 News following this latest news hitting the nonprofit Strong City, Baltimore.
We have Olivia Dance joining us live from the courthouse with the latest developments for us here this morning. Olivia.
Well, Megan and Tom, this is all stemming from the nonprofit's financial problems and Reginald Davis's attempt to fix them. Now he currently awaits his next court date, but he was here at the federal courthouse yesterday where he pleaded not guilty to 3 federal charges, 1 wire fraud charge and 2 money laundering charges. Davis served as CEO of Strong City, Baltimore from April 2021 until December 2022 and is still listed as CEO on the nonprofit's website. The indictment alleges Strong City was mismanaging nonprofit clients' money. The indictment outlining how prosecutors say he misused federal COVID relief money he got through the Paycheck Protection Program, or PPP, misusing almost $1.5 million in federal funds. Prosecutors say Davis devised a scheme to defraud a bank and get a PPP loan, all to cover the shortfalls in Strong City's accounts. Adam Andrzejewski, a government waste watchdog, notes that Strong City is still delinquent with Maryland's charity registration and says the red flags have been raised for years.
So you had all these organizations saying that Strong Cities Baltimore wasn't managing their own money properly. They weren't filing their payroll on a timely basis. They weren't filing their financial statements. And yet we identified $800,000 in city funds and city school funds flowed with a lack of transparency and no accountability to the organization as late as February of 2022.
Now, Davis and his court-appointed attorney didn't speak to us outside the courthouse yesterday, but we did reach out to Strong City to try and find out who is currently leading the organization. So far, though, we haven't heard back yet. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Early edition.
All right, Olivia, thank you. We know this indictment is raising some new questions about the state of affairs for hundreds of other nonprofits.
Andrzejewski, you just heard, who Olivia was just mentioning, also says that as many as 1 in 4 nonprofits in Baltimore City are not in compliance with state law, but millions in tax dollars keep flowing their way.
The city and the schools both pumped in hundreds of thousands of dollars into Strong Cities Baltimore during a period where the organization was out of compliance and quote unquote delinquent and owed hundreds of dollars worth of fines.
Director General Isabel Cumming began investigating Strong City Baltimore a year ago after receiving a complaint, and she says many nonprofits entrust that fiscal sponsors like Strong City Baltimore are on sound financial ground.
It's such a passion, it's such a vision that the accounting part of it is the difficult part. Having to do all of those type of rules, having to do the reporting, that type of stuff. So many times they encourage people to use fiscal sponsorships.
Well, Cummings insists that these fiscal sponsors should be audited annually to ensure that they're managing funds like they say they are.
OpenTheBooks.com pulled the 10 nonprofits the city gave the most money to in 2021. While some of them were transparent about how they spent that money, others were not, including one that received $6 million despite an expired registration. Fox 45 News pressed the city council president on it earlier this year. He appeared non-committal about the asking for more transparency.
Is there enough oversight for some of the awards? I mean,
there's enough for some, yes, correct.
And not for others?
Again, I think that it's important to look at it award by award.
While Mosby, you just heard there, suggests more transparencies for these agencies, Councilman Yichi Slafer is trying to make that happen. Earlier this year, he introduced a bill that would require nonprofits to share how they spend the money awarded to them.
We see tens, sometimes hundreds of millions of dollars going out the door to organizations, and it's important that we have the same level of transparency.
Now, no hearing is scheduled, but Slafer says that he's committed to working with anyone who wants to move it forward. And critics have also called for more oversight in the city's agency receiving taxpayer dollars, including the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, or MONSE. Baltimore City Comptroller Bill Henry promised to expand the city's audit program to include MONSE. So far, that has not happened.
And that brings us to our question of the day. Do you think Baltimore City should be required to fully disclose how tax dollars are being spent on nonprofits? So far, looking at those results, 94% of those who have voted so far say yes. You can make your voice heard right now at foxbaltimore.com/vote.
Montgomery County parents debate their rights in public school system in our next half hour. Why some say they should have the option to opt their children out of certain lessons.
A deadly fire rages through Maui, creating an apocalyptic-like scene. Just ahead from our live center, a look at the damage, and we'll hear from those that are on the ground.
We're tracking rain showers moving into the region later this morning and into the afternoon. We'll talk about how long the rain sticks around and what we can expect for the weekend ahead.
Evacuations are underway in Hawaii with a deadly wildfire burning across the island of Maui.
Yeah, CNN reporting 36 people have been killed in those wildfires so far. Several others are hurt. We want to get right over to Shannon Lilly in our live center following the new developments overnight. Shannon.
Well, just shocking video pouring in on social media, guys. In fact, if you look at this post, you can see there the flames along the water, the smoke billowing. Acta here saying state of emergency declared. And then if we scroll along here, let's see. We'll try to get that up for you, but just devastation in Lahaina. And right now, evacuations are underway with officials organizing mass bus evacuations to take people to the airport. And now to look at more brand new video into our live center where there are hot spots on the island. Firefighters are continuing to battle the flames, which are being fueled by winds that are associated with Hurricane Dora. Right now, we know at least 36 people are dead, dozens more injured, and the death toll is only expected to rise in the coming days. As a federal team assists with search and rescue efforts, so far more than 271 structures have been damaged or destroyed as well. We hear from a man whose home was burned to rubble.
Fire was in our backyard 10 seconds after we saw the flames up at the top of the hill. We ran downstairs, grabbed our dogs and cats, and we lost the cat and the dog because just confusion. And the fire just engulfed our house.
Meanwhile, a statement from President Joe Biden as he's ordered all available federal assets to help combat the threat. In the meantime, the governor there is saying that emergency shelters are overwhelmed and hospitals are overrun with burn patients. We're going to continue to follow this closely, but for now, that is the latest from the Live Center. And now we want to get a check on your forecast here in the Baltimore region. Meteorologist Justin Chambers joining us now with a look. Justin, of course, nothing even remotely like this here.
Yeah, I hear Shannon, I heard people were actually running into the ocean to try to escape some of the flames and then had to be rescued from search and rescue workers there in the ocean as well. So just terrible destruction there. Lahaina town is a great little town, and a lot of that is gone now because of those fires. Meanwhile, here in Towson, we're seeing some very calm conditions. We've got some cloud cover out there, definitely muggy conditions as well. 60s and 70s, a little bit warmer than where we were yesterday morning. Essex and Middle River over to Dundalk at 73. 73 Glen Burnie and Pasadena. 68 your temp in Ellicott City and 71 in Elk Ridge. So your yard and gardening cast going to get some rain from Mother Nature, but if you do want to get some stuff done this morning, you're good to go. Notice those temperatures stay cooler than where we were yesterday, upper 70s and lower 80s heading toward the afternoon. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
All right, Justin, thank you. Acting Baltimore Police Commissioner Richard Worley hearing from more residents on public safety, what questions he answered and which ones were left unanswered.
Pretty stupid. You got to do it. Where's the ballpark going to go?
Well, fans are frustrated as the Orioles continue to soar. Coming up after the break, we have a closer look at why the O's lease is at a standstill. Time now, 5:13. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition.
We want to take you live to Camden Yards this morning as the O's are recovering from 2 hard losses to the Houston Astros. Last night was a big one. The O's losing 8-2, but the night before the score was much tighter. Baltimore was actually in the lead to the top of the 9th. Final score was 7-2 in that game. Despite these losses, O's fans are hoping the young and exciting team carries this city on a deep postseason run. Still looking great. The Orioles' future at Camden Yards, though, as we take a look at this beautiful stadium, it is not quite set in stone if the O's are going to continue playing there.
Yeah, the Orioles' lease with the state of Maryland set to expire December 31st of this year.
Despite optimism, negotiations, they're not moving as swiftly as some had hoped.
It's sad. This is our home.
Yeah, it's frustration because we need to know where we're going to play baseball next year, and it has to be Oriole Park at Camden Yards.
According to The Athletic, the problem is team owner John Angelos. He wants a lease that includes more than the commitment by the state to unlock $600 million in public funds for ballpark improvements. Plus, he wants to develop an area around the ballpark that could include a mix of shops and dining.
The team has played in Oriole Park at Camden Yards since 1992 when the state built that ballpark. The O's and Governor Wes Moore both say they are committed to renewing the lease.
According to the Baltimore Banner, a public opinion poll opened this week asked fans about a potential plan to revitalize the area around Camden Yards and M&T Bank Stadium. Poll refers to the area as Camden Crossing, alluding to a plan for major investment in hotels, housing, and office space. We do know Governor Moore and Orioles chairman John Angelos visited the Battery. That's in Atlanta earlier this year. It's an area outside the Braves Stadium featuring bars and other entertainment. They've expressed interest in a similar area here in Baltimore. Now, in other sports headlines, Women's World Cup quarterfinals kicking off today right here on Fox 45. Tune in as Spain takes on the Netherlands. The first quarterfinal coverage begins at 8 tonight. The match begins at 9. Watch all the action right here on Fox 45. You can catch Fox 45 News at 10 on the CW.
Then you can catch Japan versus Sweden also here on Fox 45 at 3:30 a.m. tomorrow. Fox 45 Early Edition will air on the CW Baltimore on Friday until around 5:30 a.m. Then we're going to be back here on Fox 45 after that match.
Well, 5:18 is the time, and get ready for it. Another bout of rain.
Here we go. Meteorologist Justin Chambers timing this out for us.
And football this weekend here in Charm City.
I'm so excited.
Yeah, Eagles playing.
Uh-huh. And I mean, it doesn't mean anything.
No.
Maybe we'll see. No, we're not going to see any starters yet. But
no. Hurts. Yeah.
No.
Not playing.
But it's still exciting.
Lamar, not playing.
Still football.
No.
It is still football.
You know what I mean?
Getting
the season is coming.
I started watching Hard Knocks last night just because I was getting excited.
Getting into the zone, that's right.
Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, it's actually pretty good.
Oh, great. Aaron Rodgers, my favorite. Our live cam here in Towson, our Mile 1 Auto Group. Good morning to all of you. A lot of cloud cover that's out there right now. Definitely muggy, and our temperatures have not dropped too much overnight. In fact, right now we're at 72 in Towson, so it's not really cool. Definitely feeling the mugginess with that dew point at 67 degrees. Hanging out on the muggy meter in that muggy category. And we're going to see those dew points that will stay in the 60s, even 70s later today because we've got that rain that's rolling in. A couple of light showers here being picked up in northern Carroll County on our HD radar. It's not much as that radar sweeper is pretty bored at this time. However, you can see more of that action is definitely to the north and to the west of us, already moving over toward Morgantown and up toward Pittsburgh. A couple of lightning strikes south of Erie. Some stronger storms are to the south and to the west as well, down through parts of Tennessee. But what we're going to see over the next couple of hours on our hourly future scan is the increasing cloud cover and more of those showers moving in. About 8, 9 o'clock, couple of spotty showers here and there as we take you through about 11 a.m. Overall, not a lot of rain yet, but it's going to be after about 1 or 2 o'clock this afternoon. That's when things will start to get going. And you can actually see more of that moisture and more of the orange and yellow moving in, especially in the 2 and 3 o'clock hour. That's when it looks to be the heaviest right through the region. And then by the time we get to about 5, 6 o'clock this evening, that rain is going to be moving out of here and we're dry. So it's really just a one-day situation that we'll have to deal with this rain. Our temperature temperatures with the rain will be cooler in the mid to upper 70s through about noontime and into the lower 80s for the afternoon. Could still see a couple of thunderstorms. O's are back at it today at 12:35 against the Astros to wrap up the series before they're on a long West Coast road trip. Hopefully they can get the game in today. 78 for that first pitch, but the timing right now is about 3 o'clock for the heaviest rain, so they can try to get that game in. Just know if you are heading out for that Thursday matinee, have that rain jacket or that O's rain slicker ready to go. Upper 70s and lower 80s across Carroll and Baltimore counties for your high temperatures today. Also, numbers in Howard and Arundel counties will be in the upper 70s and lower 80s, so those numbers will be in the below average category. Here's that 7-day forecast for you. After today, we're going to start heating back up and drying out. 89 tomorrow, back into the lower 90s into Saturday and Sunday. We'll keep those 90s going into early next week. We do have a chance for a few more storms coming in late Monday into Tuesday, and then those numbers slide back to the upper 80s. Let's get a check on mass transit. Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, sir.
Well, good morning, Justin. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find no major delay or problem there on the Camden 10 and Brunswick lines, looking good for the start. Out there on light rail, we still got that service disruption between North Avenue and Lutherville. Certainly allow time for travel as you will incur delays out there on that service. Metro subway link on time, though, in both directions between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for travel. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
A family is now speaking up after finding a woman's body on a popular trail in Bel Air. Coming up, the chilling details from the discovery as the investigation continues.
And a Utah man shot dead by FBI agents. After the break, the threats he allegedly made against President Biden. It's 5:22 and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
.525 and developing now. The FBI shoots and kills a man in Utah suspected of making violent threats against President Biden. Agents shot Craig Robertson yesterday morning, just hours before the president was expected to land in the state. Agents say they were trying to serve arrest and search warrants at Robertson's home around 6 when the shooting erupted. Court documents allege Robertson referenced a presidential assassination as well as threats against Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg, U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland, and New York AG Letitia James. President Biden is in the middle of a trip to the western U.S. He spent yesterday in New Mexico speaking at a new wind tower manufacturing plant. Today, the president is expected to visit a Veterans Affairs hospital in Utah to talk about the PACT Act.
Taking you live now to Atlanta, Georgia, as law enforcement continues safety preparations pending the announcement of indictments for Donald Trump in Georgia. The Fulton County Sheriff said that there have been meetings every day to prepare for the possible indictment. Last week, deputies erected barriers along the block of the main courthouse. The road out front has been closed all this week, and parking is prohibited on nearby streets. Those measures will remain in place through the end of next week as charges are expected to be announced.
In the last election cycle, Gen Z and millennial voters played a crucial role.
But now Democrats are looking for ways to recruit younger Congress and state legislatures candidates.
A new Democrat group called Leaders We Deserve launched yesterday. The goal? Help Gen Z and millennial candidates in blue districts by giving them the tools and fundamentals of the race, as well as fostering political connections. Now, this comes as recent polls show a decrease of young voters identifying as Democrats.
This morning, we are tracking our next weather maker.
Weather Authority team of meteorologists letting you know how this will impact our temperatures moving into the weekend.
The search is on for the suspect or suspects responsible for killing Rachel Morin. Coming up next, we're hearing the chilling details from the man who found her body. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Early Edition. It's Thursday, August 10th. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers. We need to find out exactly when the rain will start falling around the area.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here to answer those questions for us. Wait for it. Wait for it.
He's working on graphics.
He is. I can hear him clicking back there. How's it going, Justin?
Not too bad. Looking at our Towson cam right now as we take a live picture here over Towson. A lot of cloud cover that's out there at this time. We're talking rain showers. They are not going to be here, not for a little while. Our temperatures are mild, 60s and 70s for Western Maryland all the way through Baltimore out into Salisbury. So it is definitely a muggy and kind of mild, even warmish morning. Morning drive, though, Mr. Bo says we're good to go. Really not any rain to get in your way for your morning drive. It's going to be later to the afternoon and into the middle part of the day. We'll have our best chance for seeing some of those showers. Could see some thunderstorms too. Will be cooler today, but on your snowball cast right into Friday and Saturday, upper 80s and lower 90s. So heating right back up. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes.
The search is on for a suspect or suspects in the murder of 37-year-old Rachel Morin, days after her body was discovered on a popular Harford County trail.
Fox 45 News now hearing from the family who says they made the chilling discovery.
My daughter called me in a panic, saying that there was a girl missing down at Ma Trail, and I just kept seeing tunnels in my mind. I don't know why, but I just kept seeing tunnels.
We have Olivia Dance joining us live now with more from the man who says he discovered Morin's body. Olivia.
Well, Megan, Michael Grabazeski is a former National Park search and rescue officer, and following reports that Rachel Morin was missing, he and his stepdaughter began searching the Ma and Pa Trail. Now, we must warn you that the details of what they encountered may be disturbing.
My daughter said that there was a big rock down there that was all caked in blood. There's not going to be an open casket, I can guarantee you that.
He says 37-year-old Rachel Morin's body was found in a pool of blood in a tunnel drain not far from the trail's main entrance. He says Morin's body was suffering severe head trauma, an injury he believes could be the result of a rock. The latest update from the Harford County Sheriff's Department declining to comment on how Morin died and not yet naming a suspect. Meanwhile, Morin's boyfriend quickly took to social media to proclaim his innocence, saying he loves Rachel and would never do anything to hurt her. Gabrzeski tells Fox 45 News that whoever the killer is, he is convinced it was someone close to the victim.
Because it's too personal. If somebody were just to do a thrill kill, it wouldn't be as brutal as what we witnessed.
And thank you, lady love.
Now, court records show that Morin.
We're going to check back in with Olivia in just a moment. Court records, meantime, show Morin's boyfriend has a history of domestic violence allegations. Harford County police say that they've interviewed him. Police are not naming him or anyone as a suspect. The sheriff's office is asking anyone who was around the trail this weekend to send in pictures and videos. So far, the sheriff's office has received more than 100 tips.
Well, now to a city in crisis. Acting Baltimore Police Commissioner Richard Worley holds his second public comment session, asking Baltimore residents about their public safety priorities. People submitting yesterday's questions through social media, and Mayor Brandon Scott handpicked the questions. Some questions in the session's chat were left unanswered, including questions surrounding the mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement and Safe Streets. Fox 45 News asked residents what they would want to see from Worley.
Public safety is a big issue, so where do you start with that? The unsolved murders, and of course we want people who are committing crimes off the street, violent crimes against society and humanity.
If there's a fear that this is also going to, in addition to the already high murder rate, if mass shootings is also going to be a situation we're going to have to fear in the city, that's not going to be productive.
Worley's next town hall scheduled for Monday the 14th. There will be an in-person meeting at a church in the Park Heights community.
Now to the crisis in the classroom. A religious freedom case against Montgomery County Public Schools goes before a U.S. District Court judge. A group of parents is suing for the right to opt their children out of reading what they call pride-themed storybooks in school, and they claim certain books are inappropriate for children and inconsistent with their faith. Others are fighting for more inclusiveness in public schools. Fox 45 News hearing both sides of the debate.
We are imploring the Board of Education to respect our First Amendment rights to religious freedom. That's the real issue.
When we think about inclusion and religious rights and religious inclusion, we see the need for more books and not less of them.
In a statement to Fox 45 News, a spokesperson for Montgomery County Public Schools says that they appreciate the proceedings and respect the process to reach a decision in this matter.
This isn't the first pride-related controversy in Maryland this year. Just last month, Anne Arundel County leaders rejected a proposed ban that would have prevented any flags without an educational purpose from hanging in the classroom. Proponents of the ban argued the pride flag is dividing and is a distraction, while those against the ban say it should not have been a priority.
The classroom really is for learning, and it's not the place to enact social justice.
I don't think just taking flags out of classrooms or just having an American flag in a classroom is going to solve the issues that we have within the school system now, as far as the test scores falling behind or children falling behind.
The bill would not have applied to the American flag, Maryland flag, or any other government-affiliated flag. Fox 45 News is your back-to-school headquarters. Now, through that very first day of school, we have been compiling all of the things that busy families need to know to prepare for a great school year. Just click on the QR code that you see there on your screen to check out all of the stories we've posted so far, or go to foxbaltimore.com/back-to-school-HQ. And stay tuned to Fox 45 News this morning as we continue our back-to-school coverage with a live interview. We're going to be talking about the importance of drivers sharing the road with school buses. That's happening at 7:45 this morning.
Former head of a local nonprofit now indicted, coming up. The calls for transparency on how these organizations are spending your tax dollars.
And we are waiting on the Consumer Price Index report to drop this morning. Just ahead, why we're expecting a mixed bag in this morning's inflation report.
And this morning, we are tracking the next weather maker bringing rain to the region. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers is letting you know if we will be drying out heading into the weekend. 5:37 now on Fox 45 Early Edition. All local, all morning.
5:39 this morning, U.S. Labor and Statistics will be releasing the Consumer Price Index report. The findings will likely play a role in the Federal Reserve's upcoming decision on interest rates and could also be a factor to U.S. budgets.
A lot of eyes on this one. Let's get right over to Shannon Lilly in our live center with what we can expect. This impacts all of us, Shannon.
It sure does, Megan and Tom. In fact, we're starting with a live look over our nation's capital this morning, and we are expecting a mixed bag in this morning's inflation report. Since we peaked last year, we've seen inflation numbers drop every month, but today we expect to see the overall number for July to be higher than the 3% recorded in June. Gas prices are at least partly to blame for this. The national average for a gallon of regular this morning is still sitting at $3.79. That's 30 cents above this time last month. Here in Maryland, the average gas price is $3.82. In July, the cost of U.S. crude soared nearly 16%, which has pushed gas prices 8% higher on average. And when it comes to tracking inflation, fuel is one of the most volatile categories because of its potential for wide price swings, often closely tied to decisions by OPEC. And refinery production in the U.S. has been hampered by this summer's extreme temperatures. But new data released this week shows America may still hit an average 12.8 million barrels a day this year. And that would be our best ever as the U.S. works to become more energy independent. Still, economists predict we'll see inflation rise 3.3% this morning, up from 3% in June, and that increase will put more pressure on the Fed to raise those interest rates again when it meets in September. We're going to continue to monitor this morning, but for now, that is the latest from the Live Center. Tom?
Thank you, Chen. The Hollywood writers' strike surpasses its 100th day, coming up where contract negotiations stand as major networks gear up for the fall TV season.
And we are hearing that David Portnoy is once again the owner of Barstool Sports, the blockbuster deal that sparked the change. 5:41 now on Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
Trending now. We are taking a look at the stories that are trending now across the U.S.
Starting in Hollywood as we take you live there. And you can barely make it out behind me here. It's a little dark, but we've been on strike now. The writers have been for 100 days, and there's no end in sight. Last week, writers and studios failed to reach an agreement after resuming contract negotiations. Union seeking better pay, improved residual payments, and protections against the rising use of artificial intelligence. Meanwhile, networks are gearing up for their fall seasons, and major studios have said that they are saving big money in the short term with most productions on hold.
WeWork is warning it's at risk of bankruptcy, citing business setbacks and high turnover rate concerns. The workspace sharing company went public in October of 2021 after a failed first attempt 2 years earlier, which led to the removal of founder and CEO Adam Neumann. The company was once valued at $47 billion before it started losing investors. WeWork says it is planning to improve its liquidity by cutting costs and focusing on member retention and growth and maintaining a disciplined approach to reducing operating costs. And to round out your trending news here, ESPN has officially entered the sports betting realm, announcing an agreement with Penn Entertainment to launch ESPN Bet. The blockbuster deal worth $2 billion comes as Penn also announces that it sold Barstool Sports back to its founder, David Portnoy. Neither Penn nor Portnoy disclosed terms of the divestment deal, but it does mean that Barstool Sports is no longer in the sports book industry. On social media, Portnoy said, quote, "I am never going to sell Barstool Sports ever. I'll hold it till I die." The new ESPN-operated sports books are expected to be launched this fall in the 16 states where Penn currently operates mobile sports books. Said a lot of sports books. It's about that time. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with what you can bet on in the forecast.
That's right. We're looking at rain showers rolling in and also the potential for some thunderstorms as well. Looking out from the top of our Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam. Got a lot of cloud cover that's out there right now. Definitely muggy conditions at this time. Really not seeing any rain yet, but when we pull out a little bit farther, you can see where some of those rain showers are. Our next weather maker coming in from the west. Even farther out where we're seeing some stronger storms moving through the mid-south. You can see all of that lightning here just to the east of Nashville, moving toward Birmingham and Atlanta. So that is staying to the south of us, at least the stronger storms, while we'll have some rain showers to deal with and the potential of a couple of storms as well. This takes us through 9 o'clock on your hourly future scan. Notice the cloud cover that's with us, but the rain really not moving in until about 11 a.m. Couple of scattered showers here and there. And then right around noon, 1 p.m., you'll see some of those showers that will be around. That wind coming in from the south, picking up later today into the 2 and 3 o'clock hour. That's when we could see some more thunderstorm activity, especially as the ground heats up and we get more of that activity rolling through. But by about 5 p.m., most of that rain should be in the eastern shore and moving out of here for your Thursday evening. On your Thursday morning, looking at numbers in the next couple of hours into the lower 70s for your rise and shine cast. That sun comes up at 6:15. Won't see a lot of the sun today, and golfers, probably not the best day to be out there hitting the links, only because you have to deal with some of those rain showers. This morning it's fine, but maybe you want to just take a turn at the range and get some of that shot tracking technology that is pretty cool, actually. I got to do it over there at Mountain Branch over the weekend, and they have this really cool tracer stuff where it actually shows you where the ball's going. Now, in terms of your sprinkler cast, more rain is coming, so maybe turn the sprinklers off today. Not all of us will see the rain, but if you do see some of the rain, you get some of that free water from Mother Nature. Upper 70s and lower 80s across central Maryland. O's are taking on the Astros, trying to avoid the sweep at 12:35 this afternoon. So it is a day game, and we really hope to get that game in, especially with some of those showers and possible storms that will be around. We are your back-to-school headquarters here. 18 days left until we get that bus stop forecast out of the shed and ready to go. Baltimore City and County, Harford, Howard, and Arundel counties, 26 days for you in Carroll County just after Labor Day. And you're also after Labor Day in Caroline, Cecil, and Kent counties, with Queen Anne's and Talbot County in just 18 days from right now. Before you know it, kids back to school. Hold off on the mowing today. I mean, you can get the grass cut this morning before the rain comes if you want, but then Friday and Saturday you'll have green lights there, drier and hotter conditions for the weekend. So 81 today, close to 90 tomorrow. We'll slide right back into those lower 90s. Saturday and Sunday going to be hot. We'll keep those 90s going into next week. Another round of storms coming late Monday into Tuesday of next week as well.
Let's take a look at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network here on this Thursday morning. Taking a look at the Francis Scott Key Bridge here, and traffic's moving along just fine. Slowly starting to see the volume pick up, but no issues to report. There's secondary roads, and of course, 140 in Westminster still shut down because of the storm damage, and one in Bel Air right at High Street. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones in the MTA. Good Thursday morning, Mark.
Well, good Thursday morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Out there for your Thursday morning commute, you'll find train 511 on the Penn line and Camden 843 operating with delays, presently running about 5 minutes late. A lot of time for travel there. Light rail link still working with a service disruption, and shuttle bus bridge in place between North Avenue and Lutherville. Certainly allow time for travel there, and you'll take delays in your commute on light rail link today. Out there on Metro Subway link, no delays, no issues on time service from end to end. There. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
Stay with Fox 45 News all morning long. You could win the chance to go to the Maryland State Fair for free. Just wait for your cue to call. Caller number 10 will win 4 tickets. The Maryland State Fair starts August 24th.
Baltimore City's new acting police commissioner holding his second public meeting yesterday. Coming up this morning on Fox Undercover, will these meetings provide any change moving forward?
High prices for food and gas still stinging family budgets. I'm Atrell Nashar with a look at how much progress has actually been made on inflation ahead of a key report.
Time now 5:51. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Well, the price of your morning cup of orange juice could be going up.
Analysts say orange juice futures are hitting record highs because of bad weather a citrus disease, and short supply. Prices usually hover around $1.80 per pound, but futures soared to $3 a pound. The USDA predicted a decline in production of about 51% this year. Most orange juice comes from Florida, but last year's hurricanes, along with a late freeze, took out a large amount of crops. Disease called citrus greening is also wiping out orange trees.
President Biden making a stop in New Mexico to mark the anniversaries of the passage of the Inflation Reduction Act and the CHIPS and Science Act.
While the job market is strong and inflation is coming down, polls show how the public feels about the economy isn't improving much.
National correspondent Audra Alnashar has a closer look at the key inflation report out this morning.
On paper, inflation is a lot better than it was this time a year ago, a message President Biden has been spreading on the road all summer.
We have more to do, but inflation is now at its lowest point in 2 years.
Overall, consumer prices have been on a steady decline from their peak of 9.1% in June of last year down to 3% in June of this year. But relief is hard to square with a national average gas price of $3.82 and unpredictable food prices subject to the volatility of extreme weather and Russia's war in Ukraine. For some items, shrinkflation, less product for the same price, is the new normal and has prompted a social media trend of looking for products with reduced content.
Doritos bags used to be 9.75 ounces, now they're 9.25 ounces.
According to a recent CNN SSRS poll, 44% of adults say economic issues are most important to them, and 75% rate the economy as poor. 63% disapprove of how President Biden is handling the economy. The White House pushing back.
Polls don't tell the entire story. We're going to continue to tell our story, tell what we have done in the past 2 years.
The administration frequently pointing to growing wages, which recently started outpacing inflation, a boon for workers that some at the Federal Reserve say could perpetuate inflation and push them to raise interest rates even higher. Moody's Analytics chief economist Mark Zandi.
One way you do that is you try to slow things down so that the businesses don't raise their prices as aggressively.
On Thursday morning, when the Labor Department releases July's consumer price index, economists expect it will show a 3.3% increase from the year before, still a ways off from the Fed's target rate of 2%. In Washington, I'm Audra Alnashar.
In other consumer news, Sony saw its profits drop in the second quarter of this year. A Japanese electronics company said its profits from April, May, and June were down 17% compared to a year earlier. Sony said its revenue in the movie segment was expected to suffer because of the ongoing writers and actor strikes. Well, the company also said it shipped roughly 3.3 million PlayStation 5 game consoles in the second quarter. Disney announcing major price increases to its streaming services for the second time in a year. The company is raising the cost by more than 20%. Taking effect in October, Disney Plus Premium, Hulu's ad-free platform are both going up $3. Bundling the two will save you quite a bit. That's $20 a month, but both services will still offer ad-supported options for under $10 a month. Increases come as the company reported a loss of 4 million streamers. They also vowed to crack down on password sharing. That's an effort streaming viral Netflix started earlier this year.
Another round of Prime Day is coming in October. Amazon announcing this saving event, but did not give specific dates. Prime Big Deal Days will be available to everyone, but Prime members will get better deals. The event will give discounts on items like tech, home goods, clothing, and beauty products. The deal days will be available in 19 countries, including the U.S.
The former CEO of a major Baltimore nonprofit faces federal indictment. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll have the shocking details in this case.
I saw a terrible mess.
Search for a killer continues in Harford County after a woman was found dead on a popular Bel Air trail. Still ahead, we hear from the family who discovered her body, describing a gruesome scene.
A deadly fire rages through Maui, creating an apocalyptic-like scene. Just ahead from our Live Center, a look at the damage, and we'll hear from those on the ground.
Temperatures are definitely warmer, mild here this morning, and we're tracking our next weather maker, which is going to bring some more rain to the region. We'll talk about it coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Well, thanks for waking up with us on this Thursday, August 10th. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gillen. Patrice Sanders is off today, and we're expecting another round of rain here.
Yeah, we want to get right over to meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at the timing of when the rain will move through.
Yeah, exactly right, guys. Good morning. Looking to be more, I'd say, late morning, early afternoon is kind of the timing that we're looking at right now. You can still see some of these showers as we pull up that HD radar for you. Most of everything in terms of our next weather makers well to the west of us, but starting to see a few showers just north of us over there in Harrisburg as well. A lot of cloud cover that's out there that has not allowed us to cool off much. So our Towson camera very cloudy at this time. 60s in western Maryland. Most of us are in the lower 70s, even some mid 70s for you in Annapolis. So it is definitely warm and muggy as you step out. Mostly cloudy, cooler overall for the day than where we were yesterday. And then showers and a couple of thunderstorms for the afternoon. Drier and hotter for the weekend. Out for your morning drive. Should stay dry. No issues here through the morning drive. So we're talking about numbers staying into the 70s, and we'll track that rain coming up in your hour-by-hour forecast. We'll do that in just a little bit from right now.
Well, thank you, Justin. Let's take a look now at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network and look over the inner and outer loops there in the Towson, Lock Raven area, and it looks like traffic's moving along fine. No major issues to report.
Developing now, a former CEO of a major nonprofit in Baltimore has been indicted.
Reginald Davis accused of illegally obtaining more than $1 million in COVID relief money. Fox 45 News is following this latest news hitting the nonprofit Strong City, Baltimore.
We have Olivia Dance live from the courthouse with the very latest developments from court yesterday. Olivia.
Well, Megan and Tom, this is all stemming from the nonprofit's financial problems and Reginald Davis's attempt to fix them. He's awaiting his next court date, but he was here at the federal courthouse just yesterday, where he pled not guilty to 3 federal charges, 1 wire fraud charge and 2 money laundering charges. Davis served as CEO of Strong City, Baltimore from April 2021 until December 2022, and is still listed as CEO on the nonprofit's website. The indictment alleges Strong City was mismanaging nonprofit clients' money. The indictment outlining how prosecutors say he misused federal COVID relief money he got through the Paycheck Protection Program, or PPP, misusing almost $1.5 million in federal funds. Prosecutors say that Davis devised a scheme to defraud a bank and get a PPP loan, all to cover the shortfalls in Strong City's accounts. Adam Andrzejewski, a government waste watchdog, notes that Strong City is still delinquent with Maryland's charity registration and says the red flags have been raised for years.
So you had all these organizations saying that Strong Cities Baltimore wasn't managing their own money properly. They weren't filing their payroll on a timely basis. They weren't filing their financial statements. And yet we identified $800,000 in city funds and city school funds flowed with a lack of transparency and no accountability to the organization as late as February of 2022.
Now, Davis and his court-appointed attorney didn't speak to us outside this courthouse yesterday, but we did reach out to Strong City to try and find out who's currently leading the organization. So far, though, we haven't heard back yet. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Olivia, thank you. We know this indictment is raising new questions about the state of affairs for hundreds of other nonprofits.
Andrzejewski, who Olivia was just mentioning, also says as many as 1 in 4 nonprofits in the city are not in compliance with state law, but millions in tax dollars keep flowing their way.
The city and the schools both pumped in hundreds of thousands of dollars into Strong Cities Baltimore during a period where the organization was out of compliance and quote unquote delinquent and owed hundreds of dollars worth of fines.
Well, Inspector General Isabel Cumming began investigating Strong City Baltimore a year ago after receiving a complaint. She says many nonprofits entrust that fiscal sponsors like Strong City Baltimore are on sound financial ground.
It's such a passion, it's such a vision that the accounting part of it is the difficult part. Having to do all of those type of rules, having to do the reporting, that type of stuff. So many times they encourage people to use fiscal sponsorships.
Well, Cumming insists that these fiscal sponsors should be audited annually, ensuring they're managing funds as they claim.
OpenTheBooks.com pulled the 10 nonprofits the city gave the most money to in 2024. And while some of them were transparent about how they spent that money, others were not, including one that received $6 million despite an expired registration. Fox 45 News pressed the city council president on it earlier this year. He appeared non-committal about the asking for more transparency.
Is there enough oversight for some of the awards? I mean,
there's enough for some, yes, correct.
And not for others?
Again, I think that it's important to look at it award by award.
That brings us to our question of the day. Do you think Baltimore City should be required to fully disclose how tax dollars are spent on nonprofits? So far, 94% of those who have responded say yes, and you can make your voice heard right now by going to foxbaltimore.com/vote. Fox 45 News will continue pushing elected leaders and city agencies for transparency. Our full reporting on the questions surrounding Baltimore's nonprofits available right now on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
My daughter called me in a panic, saying that there was a girl missing down at Impasse Trail.
Topping our next half hour, we hear from the family who explains the moment they say they found the body of 37-year-old Rachel Morin.
And a group of parents suing Montgomery County Public Schools. Still ahead, the reason behind that lawsuit.
We're tracking cloudy conditions this morning and mild temperatures as well. We'll be tracking whether or not the rain is going to impact you later today. We'll talk about it coming up.
Evacuations are underway right now in Hawaii with a deadly wildfire just burning across the island of Maui.
CNN reporting the wildfires have killed 36 people so far, and several others are hurt. I want to get right over to Shannon Lilly in our live center following these new developments that happened overnight. Shannon.
Yeah, just shocking video that is just pouring in on social media, guys. In fact, look at some of these tweets. We're seeing I mean, just some insane footage here. You see the flames there along the water. You can see the smoke billowing as that state of emergency is declared. Here in Lahaina, just absolute devastation. It really just looks like a war zone. You can see buildings and cars essentially reduced to rubble. And this is a tourist and economic hub and home to some 9,000 people. It's just destroyed. Another photo here where you can see shocking video of those flames. Right now, evacuations are underway with officials organizing mass bus evacuations to take people to the airport. And we want to get to another look at brand new video into our live center. You can see there the hot spots on the island. Firefighters are continuing to battle the flames, which are being fueled by winds that are associated with Hurricane Dora. Those winds, though, thankfully are decreasing overnight. But right now, we know at least 36 people are dead, dozens more injured, and the death toll is only expected to rise in the coming days as a federal team assists with search and rescue efforts. So far, more than 271 structures have been damaged or destroyed as well. We're hearing from a man whose home was burned to rubble.
Fire was in our backyard 10 seconds after we saw the flames up at the top of the hill. We ran downstairs, grabbed our dogs and cats, and we lost the cat and the dog because just confusion. And the fire just engulfed our house.
Just heartbreaking. Meanwhile, a statement here from President Biden. He is ordering all available federal assets to help combat this threat. In the meantime, the governor there is saying that emergency shelters are overwhelmed and hospitals are overrun with burn patients. Of course, we're going to continue to follow this, but for now, that is the latest from the Live Center. Now we want to get a check on your forecast here in the Baltimore region. Meteorologist Justin Chambers joins us now with a look. And Justin, I mean, truly just some horrifying footage, and our hearts go out to people there in Maui.
Yeah, absolutely. And definitely seen the effects of that, especially with a hurricane that cannot bring actually rain, but the wind, and that wind is fueling a lot of those fires. So meanwhile, our HD radar here at home, we are seeing a few of those showers that are moving up into Pennsylvania. You can see some of those showers up toward Harrisburg, just north of the Maryland and PA line. Otherwise, we pull out a little bit farther, and the main line of some of those showers still over toward Morgantown. So we're going to see this rainmaker, our next weather maker, roll in by the time we get to the middle of the afternoon today. Otherwise, our temperatures in the upper 60s and lower 70s for the next couple of hours. And out for a run or a jog, definitely getting that sweat on because it's already muggy and mild with temps staying in the 70s for the next few hours. Back with your full forecast coming up.
The Women's World Cup back in action. Spain will take on Netherlands tonight at 8. Watch all the action right here. Fox 45. You can catch Fox 45 News at 10 on the CW.
Then you can catch Japan versus Sweden also here on Fox 45. That is tomorrow morning early, 3:30 a.m. Fox 45 early edition will air on the CW Baltimore until around 5:30 a.m. Then we're going to be back right here on Fox 45 after the match.
Fan Festival for a Baltimore icon coming back. What you need to know for this event.
And you have a chance to go to the Maryland State Fair for free. Stay with us this morning for your cue to call in and win. Time now 6:12. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Baltimore City's new acting police commissioner, Richard Worley, and the man who promoted him, Mayor Brandon Scott, are holding a series of community engagement meetings to promote Worley and hear from residents. For this week's Fox Undercover, we bring in a former police commissioner and current talk show host, Ed Norris, to see if these meetings really do anything. Good morning, Ed.
Good morning.
We have community engagement meetings here, and it was sparked because Worley's confirmation was first postponed after hearing Baltimore City's NAACP. They were saying, hey, we wanted a nationwide search, and there was some confusion about why there was an internal appointment, they say, without the public getting a say in the next police commissioner. Do you agree?
Should the public get a say in who's police commissioner?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, absolutely not. I mean, it's the mayor's decision. You can't leave this up to I would have a vote from the city to be the police commissioner. It's the mayor's choice.
It is the mayor's choice. This has been the way it's for quite some time now, where the mayor appoints the police commissioner. Putting the public say in this, though, some people argue saying, okay, well, that would actually make the community feel safer or better if they got a chance to interact with the police commissioner before he was, or at least some that possibly could be the police commissioner.
That's valid. It just they don't get to a point, but that's valid. I mean, I think it's just good for people to meet him. I mean, I did the same thing. I went out for weeks and weeks and weeks, a couple of different venues a night. I'd go to 2 churches on Sunday, particularly in the African American community, and I would just lay out the entire crime plan for the city. I would say, tell them exactly what to expect, what the results would be, and or expected to be. And I did it for I may have done it for months before I got confirmed. And some of it, I mean, a lot of it is very, very good interaction where people are actually interested in what the police commissioner has to say.
But that was after you were already given the position, right?
No, absolutely not.
Okay.
No, I was the interim commissioner for a long, acting police commissioner for a while.
All right, and that's when you were doing it. So the community does have a good argument here saying, hey, we kind of want to meet this guy, get to know him, and kind of give him some questions and find out exactly how he's going to respond.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, that's what I said. They have a valid reason to talk to and interact, but they don't get to pick them. So they're not going to select the police commissioner, but they'd have a valid reason to hear what he's got to say. Yes. All
right, and then, we talked about Richard Worley coming through the ranks here in Baltimore. He went through all the ranks coming up here following what seems to be Commissioner Harrison's kind of plan that was already set in place. You saw Harrison sitting next to him. It seems like, this is our guy kind of a thing. It didn't happen. The confirmation's pushed back. Now community engagement. Then we'll start seeing him in the role. But a lot of people are pointing to the Brooklyn Day shooting and saying, hey, look, you just got the position, and now look what's happening, and you're not handling that right. Is that fair to put Worley in that position just a couple days after he was acting police commissioner?
Of course not. It's preposterous. I mean, it's so ridiculous. I can't believe they even say something like this with a straight face. What has he got to do with the Brooklyn shooting? That was, how about the people that actually did the shooting? Do we ever blame them? How about the community? I guarantee you everyone there knows who did the shooting. No one's coming forward. How is it Worley's fault? I just find this to be so frustrating sometimes. People know who this was. They know who the shooters were. Don't tell me they don't. I've been through this. I've seen this movie so many times in this town.
Maybe these community engagements will help them get that conversation going, and they'll be able to find out some leads there. But in the meantime, thank you, Ed. We appreciate it. You can always hear Ed Norris every morning, Monday through Friday, Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan from 6 to 10 a.m.
Trending now, a fan festival for a Baltimore icon is back. Can you guess? For fans of Mr. Professor, Captain, and Gwenda, the good wheel of the West, Trash Wheel Fan Fest is coming back to the Peabody Heights Brewery. The fest is going to have everything from some special Trash Wheel themed craft beers to activities like a DIY googly eye station. Got to have that. The event is next month. It's September 23rd, and early bird tickets for the fest, they end August 16th. So you got to act now.
Comedian Chris Tucker is coming to Baltimore. October 22nd, he'll be performing live at the Hippodrome Theater downtown as part of his Legend Tour. It's his first nationwide tour in more than a decade. Pre-sale tickets for that event go on sale today, starting at 10 this morning, so you've got a little bit less than 4 hours before they're open to the public at large Friday. For more information, head to foxbaltimore.com.
Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
Meteorologist Justin Chambers.
Right? Isn't that the line from Rush Hour?
Yeah.
I think, right?
I think so.
And then, of course, Friday. I mean, he's great in Friday.
Oh, yeah.
He's great. He was in a lot of stuff.
So you got to get some tickets.
October 22nd. It's a Sunday. Tough for us.
Good job on knowing what day of the week that was.
Yeah, well, I looked it up because I was excited about it. But anyway, all right.
Tough for the morning show.
Tough for us to do stuff right on Sunday
Hey, you got
nights.
connections. You're throwing the first pitch. Maybe you can intro him at the Hippodrome.
Oh, you know, I got to talk to my buddy Ron over there. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to text him in just a few minutes. I got to do some weather.
That's going to happen.
Yeah, maybe I could do that. Maybe I could intro.
It's like this whole job here is distracting you from all these other things.
That's really
funny.
That's the ulterior motive that we have. All right, good morning. A little blue looking on the camera right now. What are they called? Oh, the Charm City tank shot. There we go. Yeah. Looking out toward the Patapsco. We got a lot of cloud cover out there. Our temperatures are kind of mild. 73 your temp right now. The dew point at 68 degrees. So those dew point temperatures are rising today. This is the rain that's coming in. Look what happens tomorrow. Dew points go down, drier behind the system. But then Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, we're really not tracking much rain. But look at those dew points that go back up. So we're talking about a hot and kind of steamy weekend where we're going to see those feels like temperatures in the upper 90s. Both Saturday and Sunday. Yeah, August. It's going to feel like August. So here's our HD radar. Not much happening right there right now. The rain showers and the storms are well to the west of us, especially to the south and to the west, where we're really seeing a lot of activity here moving out of Tennessee and over toward the Appalachians. So this is to the south, and the main brunt of this system where the severe storms will be to the south of us today. We still have that potential to pick up a couple of thunderstorms for the afternoon, but overall, mainly just some rain showers rolling in. 9 a.m. we're dry, so you're good for your morning commute. And at 10, 11 o'clock, may see a couple of scattered showers. By about 1 p.m., another round of a few of those showers here. But then as we get to that 2 and 3 o'clock hour, watch what happens. You can see that area there in the orange and the red, indicating some heavy and moderate rain that's going to roll right through Baltimore City and County and through the 95 corridor. And that's with the temperatures rising as we get later into the morning and early afternoon. That could help spawn a couple of those thunderstorms. But by about 5 p.m., most of the rain focused out toward the eastern shore, and it's out of here by about 8 o'clock tonight as you're getting set for the World Cup matches here on Fox 45. Our splash cast, well, not the best day by the pool. Maybe you want to hang out this morning, but obviously if you hear any rumbles of thunder, you got to get indoors. And we hope to get that O's game in at 12:35 today at Camden Yards as the Astros are in town trying to avoid the sweep. I know we didn't win last night. We're still in first place, and we still have a 2-game lead over the Rays. So I like that a lot. But again, hopefully we'll get that game in with the rain that's on the way. 89 tomorrow, lower 90s Saturday and Sunday. Definitely that heat is coming back. And then next Monday, I'd say Monday evening into early Tuesday will be our next chance to see some showers and storms return to the region. Let's check in with Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning.
Well, good morning, Justin. Good morning, everyone out there on the MARC train system. We've got Penn Trade 511 operating with a 5-minute delay, along with Camden 845, Camden Train 843 with an 8 to 10-minute delay. The other trains of MARC look good for travel. Out there on Light Rail Link, still working with the shuttle bus bridge and service disruption between North Avenue and Lutherville. You will take delays, so allow time for travel there. Metro Subway Link delay-free, no problems there between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for the commute. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
We are waiting on the Consumer Price Index report to drop this morning. Just ahead, why we're expecting a mixed bag in this morning's inflation report.
And frustrated fans as the Orioles continue to soar, but their lease is at a standstill. We're going to take a closer look at the delays and what fans have to say about it. It is 6:23, and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Well, in your Sports Unlimited coverage, Native American group wants the NFL's Washington Commanders to change their names back to the Redskins.
In a letter to the team, the Native Americans Guardians Association threatened to boycott. The group wants to honor Native American heritage. Washington changed its name last season following years of complaints from Indigenous activists who called it a slur and disparaging stereotype. The letter has more than 74,000 signatures.
During Washington Commanders training camp, Governor Wes Moore said he's committed to keeping the team in Maryland.
So we know that this is going to be a championship team going forward. It's exciting about the new vision that the new ownership has and coming on board. And I think it really does correlate and correspond well to how we're thinking about things in the state of Maryland. So we are excited for them to be able to build and grow and win in the state of Maryland.
Both Virginia and D.C. are also bidding to have the Commanders play there. Governor Moore says he's already engaged with talks with the new owners. Our next weather maker bringing rain today.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know when we dry out.
The search is on for the suspect or suspects responsible for killing Rachel Morin. Coming up next, we're hearing the chilling details from the man who found her body. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Morning News. It is Thursday, August 10th. I'm Megan Gillen.
I'm Tom Rogers, and this Thursday, well, we're going to get wet.
Now, meteorologist Justin Chambers timing it out.
Did you guys see they changed that Pepsi sign?
Yes.
No. The one near
Yeah, it's a new company now. They kind of look.
Really?
It kind of looks like you're like, wait a minute, that's not a Pepsi sign.
I didn't
I don't know
notice
what it is. It's weird. We'll have to investigate further. I got to
All
do
right.
some weather now, but I thought it was weird when I saw it. All right, looking outside right now, this is what it looks like here. A lot of cloud cover over the inner harbor, and our temperatures that are mild at this time. In fact, a lot of us are hanging out in the 70s. You can see on our HD radar those rain showers not here yet. In fact, most of those rain showers are in Pennsylvania. So if you're going north on 83 up toward York, you're going to run into some of those rain showers as well. And the larger picture shows most of that rain is still well to the west of us. But we'll get some more showers as we get into the middle of the morning and early afternoon. Temps, as I mentioned, 60s and 70s, so it's kind of mild and muggy out there. On your morning drive, it should stay dry across the region as you're out and about to work this morning or wherever you got to do, with numbers staying in the 70s. We'll take a closer look at what we can expect later today, and of course the hot and kind of steamy weekend that we have around the corner. That's coming up in a few.
Let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network. Traffic seems to be moving along fine. No issues to report, and no accident near the Plant 83 sign on JFX. So that's some good news there, as it's now no longer the Pepsi sign. We have continuing coverage this morning. The search for a killer continues in Harford County after a woman was found dead on a popular Bel Air trail Sunday.
We are now hearing from the family, who says they discovered her body, describing the gruesome scene. A warning, the details are graphic.
I saw a terrible mess. My daughter said that there was a big rock down there that was all caked in blood. If somebody were just to do a thrill kill, it wouldn't be as brutal as what we witnessed.
Olivia Dance joining us live this morning with more from the man who says he discovered Morin's body. Olivia?
Well, Michael Grabazeski is a former National Park search and rescue officer. Following reports that Rachel Morin was missing, he and his stepdaughter began searching the Ma and Pa trail. And again, we must warn you that the details of what they encountered may be disturbing.
My daughter said that there was a big rock down there that was all caked in blood. There's not going to be an open casket, I can guarantee you that.
He says 37-year-old Rachel Morin's body was found in a pool of blood in a tunnel drain not far from the trail's main entrance. He says Morin's body was suffering severe head trauma, an injury he believes could be the result of a rock. The latest update from the Harford County Sheriff's Department, declining to comment on how Morin died and not yet naming a suspect. Meanwhile, Morin's boyfriend quickly took to social media to proclaim his innocence, saying he loves Rachel and would never do anything to hurt her. Gabrzeski tells FOX45 News that whoever the killer is, he's convinced it was someone close with the victim.
Because it's too personal. If somebody were just to do a thrill kill, it wouldn't be as brutal as what we witnessed.
And court records show that Morin's boyfriend has a history of domestic violence accusations. Now, the Harford County Sheriff says that he's been interviewed, but so far no suspects have been identified. For now, reporting live, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Court records show Morin's boyfriend has a history of domestic violence allegations. Harford County police say they've interviewed him. Police are not naming him or anyone as a suspect at this time. The Harford County Sheriff's Office is asking anyone who was on or near the trail this weekend to send in pictures as they piece together this investigation. Officers say they have already received more than 100 tips.
Rachel's sister has created a GoFundMe to help cover her funeral costs, and it's written in there that Rachel was a mother of 5, and any funds left over from the funeral will go directly to her children. It's raised nearly $41,000 so far.
Now to the crisis in the classroom. A religious freedom case against Montgomery County Public Schools goes before a U.S. District Court judge. A group of parents is suing for the right to opt their children out of reading what they call pride-themed storybooks in school. They claim certain books are inappropriate for children and inconsistent with their faith. Others are fighting for more inclusiveness in public schools. Fox 45 News hearing both sides of the debate.
We are imploring the Board of Education to respect our First Amendment rights to religious freedom. That's the real issue.
When we think about inclusion and religious rights and religious inclusion, we see the need for more books and not less of them.
In a statement to Fox 45 News, a spokesperson for Montgomery County Public Schools says they appreciate the proceedings and respect the process to reach a decision in this matter.
Project Baltimore unveiling the state superintendent has a hidden email. Coming up in our 7 o'clock hour, how MSDE is in violation of the law, according to a local attorney.
And the former leader of the nonprofit Strong City Baltimore has been indicted, topping our next half hour what he's being charged for.
We're expecting on-off showers and maybe a few storms this afternoon. Just ahead, we take a look at how your weekend is shaking up. 6:36. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
Heavy rains Wednesday led to flooded roadways, including this intersection in Springfield, Illinois. According to storm reports, some vehicles around the city got stuck in high water, from rain to beautiful sunrises like this one in Maine. And this isn't a bird or plane, but a cloud that resembles ice cream or whipped cream. Unfortunately, an inedible imitation of a tasty treat on a hot summer day.
Want to see your weather photos and videos on TV? Click Chime In on this station's website to share.
This morning, U.S. Labor and Statistics will release the Consumer Price Index report. The findings will likely play a role in the Federal Reserve's upcoming decision on interest rates and could also be a factor into U.S. budgets.
And our pockets. Let's get right over to Shannon Lilly in our live center with what we can expect from this.
Well, we're expecting, Megan and Tom, a mixed bag in this morning's inflation report. We're starting with a live look over our nation's capital. Since we peaked last year, we've seen inflation numbers drop every month. But today, we expect to see the overall number for July to be higher than the 3% recorded in June. Gas prices are at least partly to blame. The national average for a gallon of regular this morning is still sitting at $3.82. That's 30 cents above this time last month. Here in Maryland, the average gas price is $3.79. In July, the cost of U.S. crude soared nearly 16%, which has pushed gas prices 8% higher on average. When it comes to tracking inflation, fuel is one of the most volatile categories because of its potential for wide price swings. Often been closely tied to decisions by OPEC. And refinery production in the U.S. has been hampered by this summer's extreme temperatures. But new data released this week shows America may still hit an average 12.8 million barrels a day this year. That would be our best ever as the U.S. works to become more energy independent. Still, economists predict we'll see inflation rise 3.3% this morning, up from 3% in June. That increase will put more pressure on the Fed to raise interest rates again when it meets in September. We're going to keep monitoring this, but for now, that is the latest from the Live Center. Megan?
All right, Shannon, thank you. A new report shows Baltimore City waited to get reimbursed from the federal government for transportation projects. Still ahead in our 8 o'clock hour, how this could impact future projects.
Fox 45 News is your back-to-school headquarters. Still ahead in our next hour, what you need to watch out for when sharing the roads with the school buses. 6:41 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. A federal grand jury indicts Reginald Davis, the former CEO of a major nonprofit in Baltimore. He's accused of illegally obtaining more than $1 million in COVID relief money.
Olivia Dance joining us live now from the courthouse. Olivia, what's the latest in this?
Well, Megan and Tom, this is all stemming from the nonprofit's financial problems and Reginald Davis's attempt to fix them. Now he's awaiting his next court date, but he was here at the federal courthouse just yesterday, where he pled not guilty to 3 federal charges, 1 wire fraud charge and 2 money laundering charges. Now Davis served as CEO of Strong City Baltimore from April 2021 until December 2022, and is still listed as CEO on the nonprofit's website. The indictment outlining how prosecutors say he misused federal COVID relief money that he got through the Paycheck Protection Program, misusing almost $1.5 million in federal funds. Prosecutors say that Davis devised a scheme to defraud a bank and get a PPP loan, all to cover the shortfalls in Strong City's accounts. Now, coming up in about 15 minutes, we're looking into the history of the organization's red flags. Megan, Tom, back to you.
Thank you, Olivia. We've just received an update from PGE surrounding the power outages following Monday night's storms. About 5,000 people are still without power this morning, mostly in the Westminster area, around 2,000 of them, or 2,700 of them there, where at least 30 utility poles fell on the Maryland Route 140, trapping several cars. You see it on the right side of your screen, and some of those cars were trapped under wires. A 1-mile stretch of 140 is still closed because of the damage from Gorsuch Road to Market Street. It's not clear when that will reopen. Detours are in effect.
6:46 and mild start to the morning. Things are going to change. We need a check of our forecast.
Yeah, and you think about rain again, and a little bit of storms, nothing like what we had Monday. Justin Chambers here talking about the timing of the storms.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. Probably midday, guys, and into the early afternoon. We'll see rain showers first, and then we could have some thunderstorms develop. So don't be, caught off guard if you hear some of those rumbles of thunder. Taxi, that water taxi right there over the inner harbor at this time. And overall, boaters and watermen, if you are going to be out on the water, maybe not the best day. I know a lot of you work on the water. We do have a small craft advisory that starts at 11 o'clock this morning. That will go until this evening. So the winds are calm-ish this morning, only out of the south about 5 to 10 knots, but that wind is going to pick up out of the southwest 10 to 20 miles an hour, and we'll see those waves get to the 1 to 2 foot range. So that's what look at your captain's cast with that high tide at 2:32 this afternoon. Just know that wind is definitely going to pick up for all of us. Now, here's our HD radar, picking up just a few light showers right now here and there. It's really just kind of that cloud cover, and most of the bulk of that moisture is well to the west of us from Morgantown up into Pittsburgh and all the way up toward Erie, PA. But you can see to the south and west of us, this large storm system is bringing a lot of wind and rain and lots of lightning. Look at all that lightning that's just to the north and west of Atlanta, about to hit the Atlanta area over towards Charlotte. So if you're heading to those destinations today, could see some weather delays in the next couple of hours. Most of this will stay well to the south of us today. That's why we're not looking at a huge severe threat. But here's a look at our hourly future scan, taking you through 10 o'clock this morning. Notice the cloud covers there. So we're dry through the morning commute, even through about midday, maybe a couple of light showers here and there, picking up those red arrows indicating that southerly wind that's coming in. And then as we take you into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour, that's when things start to get popping a little bit, especially in Cockeysville and Hunt Valley down through Baltimore City, out into Gaithersburg and Frederick. And then right in that 4 and 5 o'clock hours when we're going to see those showers and potential thunderstorms cross the area. But look at that, 7, 8, 9 o'clock tonight, it's out of here and all done. Our Rise and Shine cast, enjoy that coffee and breakfast with us next couple of hours in the lower 70s. Sun's already up. Won't see much of the sun today, and you can probably turn the sprinklers off, at least for today, and let Mother Nature do the watering with more of that rain that is coming. Upper 70s and lower 80s. So with the cloud cover and the rain, our temps will come down below average and cooler than yesterday. And if you are heading to the beach, again, not the best beach day today because they'll see some showers in Ocean City and Rehoboth, but Friday and Saturday looks great. Mid 80s, lots of sunshine, and we're cranking up that heat. And we are just 44 days away from the first day of autumn. The autumnal equinox comes on a Saturday morning this year. And speaking of countdowns, 18 days for you for Baltimore City County, Harford, Howard, and Anne Arundel counties, 26 days for Carroll County as you get back to school. Queen Anne's and Talbot County in 18 days as well, with Caroline, Cecil, and Kent County in 26 days, right after Labor Day. Here's that 7-day forecast. We got an Oaks game today, too, at 12:35, so hopefully we can get that game in at Camden Yards. Upper 80s tomorrow, and check those lower 90s into Saturday, Sunday, and even into Monday of next week. Another round of storms coming late Monday into Tuesday.
This Fox 45 news segment is sponsored by the Maryland State Fair.
Are you ready? Because now is the time. You have the chance to win tickets to the Maryland State Fair starting August 24th. In fact, caller number 10 right now will win 4 tickets for any day of the fair. The number's on your screen. It's 410-469-8303. Again, caller number 10 will win 4 tickets to the Maryland State Fair. Look at all that fun to be had.
Well, the Orioles lease with the state of Maryland set to expire at the end of this year, December 31st.
Despite optimism, negotiations, they are not moving as swiftly as some had hoped.
It's sad. This is our home.
Yeah, it's frustration because we need to know where we're going to play baseball next year. And it has to be Oriole Park at Camden Yards.
Well, according to The Athletic, the problem is team owner John Angelos. He wants a lease that includes more than the commitment by the state to unlock $600 million in public funds for ballpark improvement. Plus, he wants to develop an area around the park that could include a mix of shops and dining.
Well, the team has played in Oriole Park, at Camden Yards since 1992 when the state built the ballpark. The O's and Governor Wes Moore both say that they are committed to renewing the lease.
Public opinion poll released this week asked fans about a potential plan to revitalize that area all around Camden Yards and M&T Bank Stadium. That's according to the Baltimore Banner. The poll refers to the area as Camden Crossing, alluding to a plan for major investment in hotels, housing, and office space. We do know Governor Wes Moore, Orioles chairman John Angelos, visited the Battery. That's in Atlanta earlier this year, an area outside the Braves Stadium featuring bars and other entertainment. They've expressed interest in a similar area here in Baltimore. 6:51, and Target says its drive up with Starbucks delivery is going nationwide.
This after a successful pilot program that launched about a year ago. You can add a Starbucks item to a drive up order and have it delivered to your car for free. By October, Target expects to have it launch at all stores that have Starbucks and drive-up service. Well, these new shoes are made to be next to a campfire.
Marshmallow company Jet Puffed, and shoe brand Kizik are teaming up to release s'more shoe. You see that? Look, I can see that. It looks like marshmallows and s'mores. Shoe company is known for its easy to slip on and off footwear, which combines slightly toasted marshmallow look of their new shoes. S'more shoes are now available on Kizik's website. They're not cheap, about $120.
Are they not flammable? Because I would think that would
be the number one concern, right?
Right.
Yeah. Speaking of s'mores, get your graham crackers, marshmallows ready for National S'more Day. Still ahead in our 9 o'clock hour, how you can elevate your s'more experience.
We want some more of that. Pumpkin Fest, meantime, those celebrations are right around the corner. Be More lifestyle host Mark Clark will have more on how you can take part in the fall festivities.
S'more flavored beer, pumpkin flavored beer.
I like that, actually.
Pumpkin flavored coffees.
I do like that, too.
Do they have s'more flavored coffee?
Let's try.
You need to try it.
We got to look for it. That'd be good.
It would be, right? Pumpkin or s'mores, it's time for a coffee break.
Chocolatey coffee. Turning now to the crisis in the classroom. A religious freedom case against Montgomery County Public Schools going before a U.S. District Court judge.
A group of parents suing for the right to opt their children out of reading what they call pride-themed storybooks in school. They claim certain books are inappropriate for children and inconsistent with their faith.
Others are fighting for more inclusiveness in public schools. Fox 45 News hearing both sides of the debate.
We are imploring the Board of Education to respect our First Amendment rights to religious freedom. That's the real issue.
When we think about inclusion and religious rights and religious inclusion, we see the need for more books and not less of them.
Well, in a statement to Fox 45 News, a spokesperson for Montgomery County Public Schools said they appreciate the proceedings and respect the process to reach a decision in this matter.
This is not the first pride-related controversy in Maryland this year. Last month, Anne Arundel County leaders rejected a proposed ban that would have prevented any flags without an educational purpose from hanging in the classroom. Proponents of the ban argued the pride flag was a distraction, while those against the ban say it shouldn't have been a priority.
The classroom really is for learning, and it's not the place to enact social justice.
I don't think just taking flags out of classrooms or just having an American flag in a classroom is going to solve the issues that we have within the school system now, as far as the test scores falling behind or children falling behind.
The bill would not have applied to the American flag, Maryland flag, or any other government-affiliated flag.
You can read more stories like these right on our website at foxbaltimore.com.
That raccoon wouldn't let go of her. It was like dug into her chest.
Portland taking matters into her own hands, protect herself and her neighbors from a vicious raccoon.
The woman says the raccoon has attacked 2 people and 3 dogs in 3 weeks, including her husband.
Emily Gersh with our Sinclair sister station out of Portland talked to neighbors where the attacks have been happening.
She just came charging right out.
This video taken by Jordan Barbeau's doorbell camera last Tuesday shows the horrifying scene unfold. A woman is walking her dog at night near the corner of Northwest 22nd and Johnson, and then a raccoon viciously attacks them. You can hear her yelling for help.
And the raccoon came from, past our retaining wall. I mean, it was easily 15 to 20 feet.
Barbeau thinks it's the same raccoon that attacked her husband and their 2 dogs 3 weeks ago. A spokesperson for the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife says the raccoon is most likely trying to protect its young from predators. But Barbeau says the attacks are unprovoked.
She's not reacting to being cornered. It's a pretty serious overreaction, and it's really alarming.
She says after seeking help from Multnomah County Animal Services and ODFW, she decided to take swifter action herself. She hired a private wildlife control operator to install this trap. Neighbors say her actions have made them feel safer.
3 dogs, 2 people have been bitten, and I'm sure it would have been more had it not been for these signs.
Barbeau says she just wants to make sure no one else is harmed.
I would suggest that folks avoid this area after dark, especially if they're walking with a dog or if they've got little kids. Just take a different route.
A spokesperson for ODFW is reminding people to keep their dogs on a leash and reduce access to food waste. They'll also provide traps to people who need them. In Portland, Emily Gersh, K2 News.
How can they be managing millions of dollars for other organizations?
Questions surrounding Baltimore's nonprofits after the former head of local nonprofit was indicted. How the organizations are spending your tax dollars.
So we thought we were okay, but then the wind came, the gas stations blew up, everything caught fire by the brush, and then we just had to evacuate.
Devastation in Hawaii as wildfires force evacuations and power outages in several communities. Still ahead from our live center, the federal relief now on the way.
We're tracking some rain showers in our region and temperatures that are going to heat up for the weekend. We'll take a closer look at it on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you for waking up with us on this Thursday morning, August 10th. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gillen. We want to get a check of your forecast this morning.
Yeah, we have Justin Chambers looking at the timing of the rain that will be moving through.
Yeah, not really seeing the rain right now. We're seeing a lot of cloud cover. Our temperatures are kind of mild, even warm as you step outside. You can see on our HD radar, most of those rain showers are to the north of us. So if you are heading north on 83 up toward York, PA this morning, or if you live in northern Baltimore County and heading to the north as well, that's where you'll see some rain. Also out toward Cumberland, starting to see that sneak into the western part of our state. Meanwhile, this is our look around Towson, and yeah, the cloud cover continues, and now really no real rain for your morning commute. Upper 60s in Cockeysville and Bel Air, 73 in Baltimore City, 68 your temp in Columbia, and we're at 73 in Annapolis. So overall, Mr. Bo says we are good to go. Again, we'll keep the clouds around, maybe even needing the AC this morning with the muggy conditions. Coming up in a few minutes, we'll take you hour by hour through that future scan, let you know exactly when those rain showers could be impacting you and if there's any storms as well.
All right, Justin, thank you. Developing now, a former CEO of a major nonprofit in Baltimore has been indicted.
Now, Reginald Davis is accused of illegally obtaining more than $1 million in COVID relief money. And Fox 45 News is following the latest news hitting the nonprofit Strong City, Baltimore.
We have Olivia Dance live from the courthouse with the latest on this. Olivia.
Well, Megan and Tom, this is all stemming from the nonprofit's financial problems and Reginald Davis's attempt to fix them. Now, he's awaiting his next court date, but he was here at the federal courthouse just yesterday, where he pled not guilty to 3 federal charges, 1 wire fraud charge and 2 money laundering charges. Now, Davis served as CEO of Strong City, Baltimore from April 2021 until December 2022 and is still listed as CEO on the nonprofit site. The indictment alleges Strong City was mismanaging nonprofit clients' money. The indictment outlining how prosecutors say he misused federal COVID relief money that he got through the Paycheck Protection Program, or PPP, misusing almost $1.5 million in federal funds. Prosecutors say Davis devised a scheme to defraud a bank and get a PPP loan, all to cover the shortfalls in Strong City's accounts. Adam Andrzejewski, a government waste watchdog, notes that Strong City is still delinquent with Maryland's charity registration and says the red flags have been raised for years.
So you had all these organizations saying that Strong Cities Baltimore wasn't managing their own money properly. They weren't filing their payroll on a timely basis. They weren't filing their financial statements. And yet we identified $800,000 in city funds and city school funds flowed with a lack of transparency and no accountability to the organization as late as February of 2022.
Now, Davis and his court-appointed attorney didn't speak to us outside the courthouse yesterday, but we reached out to Strong City to find out who's currently leading the organization. So far, though, we haven't heard back yet. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. This indictment is raising new questions about the state of affairs for hundreds of other nonprofits.
Yeah, Adam Andrzejewski also says that as many as 1 in 4 nonprofits in the city are not in compliance with state law, but millions in tax dollars keep flowing their way.
The city and the schools both pumped in hundreds of thousands of dollars into Strong Cities Baltimore during a period where the organization was out of compliance and quote unquote delinquent and owed hundreds of dollars worth of fines.
Inspector General Isabel Cumming began investigating Strong City, Baltimore a year ago after receiving a complaint. She says many nonprofits entrust that fiscal sponsors like Strong City, Baltimore are on sound financial ground.
It's such a passion, it's such a vision that the accounting part of it is the difficult part. Having to do all of those type of rules, having to do the reporting, that type of stuff. So many times they encourage people to use fiscal sponsorships.
Cumming insists these fiscal sponsors should be audited annually to ensure they are managing funds like they say they are.
OpenTheBooks.com pulled the 10 nonprofits the city gave the most money to in 2021. And while some of them were transparent about how they spent your money, others were not, including one that received $6 million despite an expired registration. Fox 45 News pressing the city council president on this earlier this year. He appeared non-committal about the asking for more transparency.
Is there enough oversight for some of the awards? I mean,
there's enough for some, yes, correct.
And not for others?
Again, I think that it's important to look at it award by award.
While Mosby suggests more transparency from these agencies, Councilman Yitzi Schleifer is trying to make that happen. Earlier this year, he introduced a bill that would require nonprofits to share how they spend the money awarded to them.
We see tens, sometimes hundreds of millions of dollars going out the door to organizations, and it's important that we have the same level of transparency.
Well, no hearing is scheduled, but Schleifer says he is committed to working with anyone who wants to move it forward. Critics have also called for more oversight into city agencies who receive taxpayer dollars, including the mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement. Baltimore City Comptroller Bill Henry promising to expand the city's audit program to include Monzi. So far, that hasn't happened.
Monzi is receiving more than $20 million from the city, but questions remain surrounding how the organization hands out its tax dollars, especially when it comes to the Safe Streets program. Fox 45 News obtaining a letter Safe Streets parent organization sent to the mayor's office stating that each of their 10 locations are dangerously understaffed. Fox 45 News sending Monzi a number of questions about those letters. They responded in a lengthy statement stating that there are 26 open positions across all 10 sites, and they are working to fill those positions. It's still not clear which sites are struggling the most and if consolidating some of those locations is an option.
Former Monzi director Shantae Jackson faced conflicts of interest questions of her own while leading the department. In 2022, Project Numa received nearly $1 million from the city in a grant overseen by Monzi. The mayor's office confirmed Jackson and the program's director, Damian Cooper, were once in a relationship. The grant was later moved to a different organization, not under Jackson's oversight. That brings us to our question of the day. Do you think Baltimore City should be required to fully disclose how tax dollars are spent on nonprofits? So far, 95% of those who have voted say yes. You can weigh in. Make your voice heard right now at foxbaltimore.com/vote. Now to a city in crisis. Acting Baltimore Police Commissioner Richard Worley holding his second public comment session to ask Baltimore residents about their public safety priorities. People submitted yesterday's questions through social media, and Mayor Brandon Scott handpicked the questions. But some questions in the sessions chat were left unanswered, including questions surrounding the mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement and Safe Streets. Fox 45 News asked residents what they would want to see from Worley.
Public safety is a big issue, so where do you start with that? The unsolved murders, and of course we want people who are committing crimes off the street, violent crimes against society and humanity.
If there's a fear that this is also going to, in addition to the already high murder rate, if mass shootings is also going to be a situation we're going to have to fear in the city, that's not going to be productive.
Worley's next town hall is scheduled for Monday the 14th. It's going to be an in-person meeting at a church in the Park Heights community.
During Tuesday's public comment session, older Baltimore residents brought up youth crime and a lack of consequences. Mayor Brandon Scott, City State's Attorney Ivan Bates, both stating that current juvenile justice laws are not enough to deter crime.
You know that I think there's something need to change.
If a juvenile has an illegal handgun, the longest that they can be on probation is 6 months. 6 months. What services can we give a kid in 6 months?
Republican State Delegate Nino Mangione wants to see a change to the Juvenile Justice Reform Act, which limits children under 13 from most criminal charges and states anyone under 10 cannot be charged at all.
Right now, criminals, all ages in Maryland know that you can get away with a lot in this state, and it's because failed policies like this juvenile justice law. I think we must defer to law enforcement and design effective strategies to prevent violent crime and work with prosecutors to impose tough penalties on those, especially the juveniles who commit violent acts. And we should start early and make certain that juveniles know that there is accountability.
2 Maryland legislative committees plan to look into accusations. Juvenile justice reform laws are contributing to the problem, but Mangione says he doesn't expect much to come of it. Instead, he'd support a special session. Fox 45 News pressed Governor Wes Moore about calling a special session, and he says that won't happen. Evacuations are underway right now in Hawaii with a deadly wildfire burning across the island of Maui.
CNN reporting that the wildfires have killed 36 people so far. Several others are hurt. I want to get right over to Shannon Lilly in our live center following the new developments overnight. Shannon.
I mean, just shocking video pouring in on social media, guys. I mean, look at these flames here, the smoke billowing from the water. And then over here in Lahaina, absolute devastation. This is a tourist and economic hub home to some 9,000 people. You can see it's reduced to rubble, just destroyed. And then we have another shocking photo here of those flames. Right now, as you said, evacuations are underway with officials organizing mass bus evacuations to take people to the airport. And now a look at more of this video of the hot spots and the destruction on the island. Firefighters are continuing to battle these flames, which are being fueled even more by winds associated with Hurricane Dora. Those winds, though, thankfully are decreasing overnight. But right now, we know at least 36 people are dead, dozens more injured, and the death toll is only expected to rise in the coming days as a federal team is assisting with search and rescue efforts right now. So far, more than 271 structures have been damaged or destroyed as well, that number likely going up. And we're hearing from a man whose home was burned to rubble.
Fire was in our backyard 10 seconds after we saw the flames up at the top of the hill. We ran downstairs, grabbed our dogs and cats, and we lost the cat and the dog because just confusion. And the fire just engulfed our house.
Just a heartbreaking situation there. Meanwhile, a statement here from President Joe Biden. He has ordered all available federal assets to help combat this threat. In the meantime, we know it's needed because the governor there is saying that emergency shelters are overwhelmed and hospitals are overrun with burn patients. Of course, we're going to continue to follow this closely, but for now, that's the latest from the Live Center. Tom.
Thank you, Shannon. Here's a look at the stories making headlines this hour.
It's not about you. It's about her. It's about bringing her home. And somebody's mother, somebody's daughter.
Person found dead in the woods in Harford County. Police still searching for a suspect. We hear from the man who found the body as he describes the heartbreaking scene.
It doesn't make sense. It seems like you're hiding something.
The emails reveal the state superintendent has a hidden email address. Fox 45 News' Project Baltimore presses for answers on why he's using two different work accounts. It is 7:12 and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Developing now, you are taking a look at the former CEO of Strong City Baltimore, a large nonprofit in Baltimore City, walking out of federal court yesterday with his attorney after pleading not guilty to federal fraud and money laundering charges. This was just hours after being arrested yesterday. Reginald Davis is accused of fraudulently obtaining more than $1.4 million in CARES Act loans. This morning, Peace spokesperson Europe C. Morgan is joining us live to weigh in on this. Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
Good morning.
How does this happen? How is this possible?
You know, I think it speaks to a broader problem, which is when you have this huge influx of money that comes in whatever crisis, right? Whether it's COVID or even as we've seen more narrowly here in Baltimore. You know, the city got $641 million as a result of COVID, you know, and that was money that they could spend on anything that they wanted, basically. But when you have that huge influx of money, it is critically important that we make sure as residents that that money is going where it's supposed to go.
We have been hearing from Councilman Gitzi Schlafer, actually, and he was talking about a bill that would require nonprofits to share how they spend money, and also if it's awarded to them, they're going to track it and keep on this. Would this have a chance moving through Baltimore City Council?
You know, I think it's shocking that this doesn't already exist. You know, when you look at the mayor and you look at how much money this mayor has spent, particularly on nonprofits that in many cases either didn't exist for very long, just popped up, or have already been criticized for the way that they handle their books. This is money that is supposed to go to community organizations that are helping people. And then you have other community organizations, the Matthew Henson Community Organization, that has existed for decades and can't get one scrap of help. You know, people are frustrated, and then they see stories like this and they say, so who's actually being helped here? Who's being enriched? It's certainly not the community.
Where does the oversight lie? Who has that weight? Is that on City Council? Is that on the mayor, the IG's office? Where does that lie?
You know, I think that's a combination of the mayor's office and the city council, because remember, of course, the city council is being representatives for the people who elect them. The IG is interesting because they kind of, the inspector general is kind of a watchdog on things that have already happened, right? So it really is incumbent upon the mayor, this mayor in particular, who seems to be so fond of certain nonprofits, to make sure that that money is being spent the way it's supposed to, and also that residents have the ability to ask questions.
Transparency.
Where's the money going?
And it's taxpayer dollars. This is their money. As we look to the future here, do you think things will change? Especially now we are seeing that there's an eye on these Baltimore nonprofits. Is that going to change anything?
You know, I think that what may bring about the most change is the fact that we're about to go into an election. And the fact that you have, you know, people like the city council and like the mayor who are asking for another term, I think it's the perfect time for residents to start to question, is there an alternative? Is there somebody who might provide better transparency? And if the answer to that is yes, then I think we'll have change.
All right. Europe C, thanks for coming in and weighing in this morning. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Time now 7:18, and we want to get another check of your forecast. Meteorologist Justin Chambers. And Justin, looking a little gray out there already.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of cloud cover this morning, Meg. That's actually helped to keep our temperatures kind of up there. So it's been kind of a mild and even warm or muggy morning for you. You can see those clouds, no rain that we're seeing at this time. The dew point temperature at 68 degrees. So there's definitely plenty of moisture in the air, and that humidity at 84%. So you're getting sweaty the second you step outside, and more of that humidity stays with us today. In fact, those dew point temperatures into the lower 70s here for the afternoon. We'll keep the cloud cover around. That's with the rain. But notice one day we get a drier air mass. That's going to be tomorrow behind that system. And then those dew point temperatures go right back into the lower 70s for this upcoming weekend. So the heat and humidity will be back this weekend with those heat index values in the mid to upper 90s. That's how it's going to feel for most of the weekend. Now our HD radar, a couple of light showers here that we'll see overall the next couple of hours developing. Most of this rain is to the west of us. The next weather maker coming in, this stronger storm system. Look at this, all the lightning here that's through the southern parts of the Appalachians over to the Carolinas and moving into Atlanta right now. That system, or at least the severe weather, should all stay south of us, but can't rule out a thunderstorm here as we get into the afternoon today. Notice what happens on our hourly future scan. This is 10 o'clock this morning. That's when we stop the clock and show you that we have not much going on. Very similar to what we're seeing now. Right around noontime, you'll start to get a couple of those showers. Those radar returns starting to pick up the green there. You can see that southerly wind. Those are the red arrows there, and that's an indication of that wind picking up ahead of this next weather maker. And into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour, we'll start to see some of the orange and red pop there north of Baltimore City and northern Baltimore County across the 95 corridor between about 3, 4 and into the 5 o'clock hour. So your afternoon commute, or if you're going to be out at all in the afternoon, is when you'll see a better chance of the rain and some of those storms. And then quickly that system exits stage right and is out of here. So if you do want to get out there on the golf course this morning, you're fine, golfers. Just know later this afternoon, more showers and a couple of thunderstorms as well. And hopefully they get the first pitch in on your cast. I've been actually trying to work out. Like, I went for a run / jog / really I just walked a lot very fast, but at the same time I thought it was a run yesterday. So I'm trying to get like my energy up because I got to throw out that first pitch on August 27th. Now 12:35 for the first pitch for the actual players. Kramer's going to be on the mound today, 78, and hopefully they'll get the game in. Again, we have some of those showers developing. It's looking to be after about 2, 3 o'clock. So maybe if they can get the game in and do one of those nice short games, then we'll have the whole game in. Either way, O's are on the road for a long road trip. So after today, we won't see him until the 22nd. 89 on Friday. We'll be back to the lower 90s into Saturday and Sunday. And again, I mentioned the heat and humidity building this weekend, so it will definitely be an August weekend for sure. Another round of storms comes in late Monday into Tuesday of next week.
Well, something else besides a weatherman throwing a ball that you don't see every day. How this creature, you see what that is, ended up in a home improvement store, and why officials say it's nothing to worry about.
And welcome to Falling Branch Brewery here in Harford County. We're going to take you inside the brewery next, learn more about how they got started and what they're brewing right now in just a couple of minutes. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all
This nearly a century-old farm has gone through many changes over the years, and now it's Harford County's first farm brewery.
Yeah, Amy Aronson live at Falling Branch Farm Brewery with the history and then all the beers they can offer you up. Good morning, Amy.
But not Amy.
Not Amy, no.
Not yet, but I hear they have some fun stuff coming up for the fall, so you bet I'll be back post-baby. I'm here with Colton Boyles this morning, checking it all out. It's a beautiful backdrop here, number one. Yep. You've got quite the lineup of beers, number two, but how did you get started? Like, how did you come up with your process of about brewing?
So I kind of just started with like home brewing, and then started at a homebrew shop, and kind of just worked my way up, like really old school. But as far as like my process goes, I really don't know what I'm doing. At the end of the day,
that's the secret to it?
I really just don't know what I'm doing. It's just more so like cooking.
Okay.
You know, I can't really explain it, but in my mind, I have a general idea of like tasting and stuff. So.
Well, I was gonna say it comes out well because I was looking at your beer list here, and you've got such a fun selection.
Oh yeah.
So what are you guys serving up now? What are you brewing right now?
So I got a couple unique things. I got to get ready for our pumpkin fest. So I got to do a pumpkin ale, and then I got to do a Oktoberfest that for the season coming up. And then I got some pretty unique like beers that they should work.
Okay. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Hopefully everybody got to kind of take a look at the whole list there because there's a lot going on. You've got your little sidekick here too, who I don't think likes the camera because she's so young. You want to say hi, Louisa? She's like, I don't know about that gadget over there. Okay, awesome. Well, I know you have a lot coming up this fall, so we're going to see more of the brewery and learn about what's coming up at 8:30, right? And she had to say something. Okay, if you want more information on what's happening here at Falling Branch Brewery, go over to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. Tom, Megan, she is not a fan of the camera at only 6 months old. Poor little lady.
Probably the first time she's seen a camera.
But she's an early riser.
Aw. All right,
It's
Amy.
scary for doggies.
We're getting backing
I
up
would say
this far.
she's protecting you, but she's way back behind you now, so maybe not. All right.
Aw.
She's trying to hide behind me. Poor girl.
Thank you, Amy. Well, we are hours away from our next weather maker here. Just hours. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking that timing as well as how many inches of rain we could see ahead in his full forecast.
School buses getting ready to hit the roads again. Just ahead this morning, the rules of the road you need to remember before the first day of school. 7:27, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News All Local all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Morning News. It's Thursday, August 10th. I'm Megan Gillen.
And I'm Tom Rogers. Yeah, and it's get outside now and enjoy the weather now this afternoon. Yeah, maybe you have to grab the umbrella.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers, he's been timing it out for us. Still looking the same?
Yeah, looking to be, I'd say late morning, early afternoon, kind of that 11 noon hours when things start to get going. And then in that 2, 3, 4 o'clock hour, we're going to have some rain showers, even some thunderstorms. On our HD radar right now, if you look at your TV screen, some rain showers already moving into Cumberland and western Maryland. Also, they've been hanging out to the north of us over the Maryland-PA line. You can see from our Towson camera, there's no rain out there right now, but there is a lot of cloud cover, and it is muggy. You can definitely feel that humidity. Low to mid-60s for western Maryland. We're in the lower 70s for Westminster and Bel Air over to Baltimore. Chestertown at 73. Same number for you there in Annapolis. So on your yard and gardening cast, getting some rain from Mother Nature, so you might want to get the yard work done this morning before that rain rolls in this afternoon. Temperatures will be cooler today, even though we have the clouds and the humidity. Lower 80s is what we're looking for our highs. We'll track that storm and let you know exactly when some of those showers roll through, and then also what we can expect for the weekend. That's coming up.
All right, Justin, thank you. The search is on for a suspect or suspects in the murder of 37-year-old Rachel Morin, days after her body was discovered on a popular Harford County trail.
Fox 45 News now hearing from the family who says they made the chilling discovery, and we want to warn you some of the details they're sharing may be disturbing.
My daughter called me in a panic, saying that there was a girl missing down at Mom Pa Trail, and I just kept seeing tunnels in my mind. I don't know why, but I just kept seeing tunnels.
Olivia Dance joining us live now with more from the man who says he discovered Morin's body. Olivia.
Well, Michael Grabazeski is a former National Park search and rescue officer, and following reports that Rachel Morin was missing, he and his stepdaughter began searching the Ma and Pa Trail. Now, again, we must warn you that the details of what they encountered may be disturbing.
My daughter said that there was a big rock down there that was all caked in blood. There's not going to be an open casket, I can guarantee you that.
He says 37-year-old Rachel Morin's body was found in a pool of blood in a tunnel drain not far from the trail's main entrance. He says Morin's body was suffering severe head trauma, an injury he believes could be the result of a rock. The latest update from the Harford County Sheriff's Department declining to comment on how Morin died and not yet naming a suspect. Meanwhile, Morin's boyfriend quickly took to social media to proclaim his innocence, saying he loves Rachel and would never do anything to hurt her. Grabazinski tells Fox 45 News that whoever the killer is, he's convinced it was someone close with the victim.
Because it's too personal. If somebody were just to do a thrill kill, it wouldn't be as brutal as what we witnessed.
Court records show that Morin's boyfriend does have a history of domestic violence accusations. Now, the Harford County Sheriff says that he has been interviewed, but so far no suspects have been identified. For now, reporting live, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
This morning, a former state employee comes forward asking what is the Maryland Department of Education hiding? This after Fox 45 News obtained documents from the state that are heavily redacted.
And as Project Baltimore's Chris Papps explains, some of those documents have now been unredacted, which is revealing a hidden email address used by the state superintendent.
He's using it for nothing good.
This person is a former high-level employee at the Maryland State Department of Education. Fearing retaliation, we agreed to conceal their identity.
It doesn't make sense. It seems like you're hiding something.
This whistleblower, who worked under State Superintendent Mohammed Chaudhry, is reacting to something we just told them about their former boss. They didn't know.
As an MSDE employee, were you made aware that the superintendent had this second email?
No.
Project Baltimore first reported on this email thread last week. We received it through a public records request. The subject line reads, Project Baltimore request. All the emails in this thread were sent on March 3rd in response to an email we sent MSDE concerning our investigation that found 23 city schools where 0 students tested in 2022 scored proficient in math. When we first received this thread, the final email was fully redacted, including the superintendent's email, which isn't redacted elsewhere in the thread. But we believe the public has a right to know what its government is doing to educate children, especially at Maryland's lowest performing schools. So we replied to MSDE asking for the specific state law that allows for these redactions. A few days later, the state responded by unredacting parts of this email. And what we can see now is raising a lot of questions.
On the state's website, this is the state superintendent's only visible email address, mohammed.chaudhry@maryland.gov. But this is not the address the state superintendent used to send this email. Once the state removed the redactions, we can see he sent it from mohammed.chaudhry725@maryland.gov. But that's not all we can see. The state also removed the redactions for 3 of the 4 recipients of this email. These 3 people work for MSDE. But what about this person? Why is this email still redacted? Why is the state superintendent using a secondary email address to send messages to people that the public can't see? And most importantly, why was all of this redacted in the first place?
I believe they don't want you or the public to know that Mr. Chaudhry has a different email address that he could be conducting official MSDE business through. It doesn't look good. It makes it look bad.
The state told FOX45 in a series of statements the superintendent's secondary email address at first was inadvertently redacted, but he used it as a means of organization because his primary email address receives a myriad of messages from stakeholders every day. As far as the body of the email being blacked out, the state is still citing what's called the deliberative process privilege, which means if the superintendent is discussing strategy with fellow employees, that can be redacted. But that exemption may not apply depending on who the 4th recipient is. In this statement, MSDE said the 4th recipient is legal counsel and therefore is subject to redaction. But attorney Scott Martyr says that's not true.
There's nothing in Maryland law, including in the Public Information Act, that allows them to do that.
So you think MSDE is just wrong?
I think they're wrong. I think they're violating Maryland law by not giving you all of the names of the recipients.
Superintendent Chaudhry's contract expires next year. The State Board of Education has not yet offered him a new contract, even though Chaudhry has said he wants to stay.
It's really important to get this right for the families and the children of Maryland.
The next board meeting is August 22nd. And this whistleblower is asking the board to not vote on Chaudhry's future until the public, taxpayers, parents, and students have answers.
I do not believe that this is the person that should be leading our state into the future.
I'm Chris Pabst, and this is Project Baltimore.
Thank you, Chris. The redacted emails from MSDE are only part of Project Baltimore's investigation into the Maryland State Department of Education.
Earlier this week, we told you about 98 text messages sent or received by the state superintendent that were deleted, which could be a violation of state law, bringing up another major question. Who, if anyone, will look into all of this?
That part of Project Baltimore's investigation is coming up in a few days.
Well, questions surrounding Baltimore's nonprofits after the former head of a local nonprofit was indicted. Fox 45 News pressing city leaders on how these organizations are spending your tax dollars.
And the next weather maker is on its way. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking the timing and if there are more thunderstorms coming. Time now 7:39. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning.
7:42 is your time. We're 18 minutes in front of 8 o'clock right now. Looking out over the inner harbor, lots of cloud cover out there. Wind is not an issue right now, but just be aware, boaters and watermen, that wind is going to pick up later today. So we do have a small craft advisory. Starts at 11 a.m., goes all the way through tonight. We're seeing that southwest wind pick up at 10 to 20 knots and could see waves 1 to 2 feet or more. So just be aware of that. Earlier, the better to be out because we're tracking those showers and that wind that's going to pick up. We'll take a closer look at that coming up in a few.
Thank you, Justin. A report shows Baltimore City waited months, sometimes even years, to be reimbursed for transportation projects. Millions of dollars that were delayed in pay, and how this will impact future projects in Baltimore.
And we will see hundreds, if not thousands, of school buses on the roads in a few weeks. How you can share the roads with buses while protecting yourself and those around you. It is 7:43, and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
.45 and back to school, less than 3 weeks away for many school districts in our area, and soon you will start seeing the influx of yellow school buses filling the roads or even flashing yellow lights around the school zones. 2 areas more prone to vehicle accidents or pedestrian injuries. Joining us now to keep everyone safe and drivers away from getting tickets, MDOT MVA Administrator Christy Nizer. Thank you so much for coming in.
Thanks for having me.
We hear it every year and you see it, but the numbers keep showing, though, that there are more than 1,000 accidents that are happening really around school buses or school zones, and that there's 692 injuries on average around those areas. So it's a good reminder to tell drivers, hey, you got to look out for these 3 things or these 4 things.
Right, it is. I mean, I know we're all still, in the summer period, but in a few weeks we'll be going back to school, and that 10 feet around a school bus is incredibly dangerous for our children because obviously they're shorter, we can't see them as well, and so, it's really important as drivers we take that extra time and attention and certainly definitely pay attention when that stop sign, the flashing lights are up. It's so important.
And buses have been proven time and time again one of the safest ways to travel for children. I mean, even the argument even made where a lot of parents are like, well, I'll drive my own. Actually, they're actually safer in a bus with not being seatbelted statistically than they are in your own vehicle. So school buses are the way, but what happens when they get out or are going to the bus, that's where the drivers have to really pay attention.
That's right. And so important reminders. So obviously the lights on a bus, right? Treat them like a regular traffic light. If they're yellow, that means you need to prepare to stop. If they're red, obviously you need to stop. You know, regardless of the type of roadway, unless there's a median with grass
physical
divider, you need to stop both sides of the roadway. And I think that's where some people get confused.
And that's where you can get tickets, because a lot of school districts now have cameras on their buses, and they'll catch people blowing past the bus thinking, oh, well, I'm on the other side of the road. I don't see any children. I can go through it.
That's right. And so those fines start at $250. The law requires you to stop 20 feet back from a school bus to give that, you know, safety zone for our children. But in addition to that, if an officer sees you, you can actually get points on your license, 3 points. So, you know, it is the fines, but it is also license consequences. And it's because we want to keep our children safe. Obviously, it's our most important commodity. And so just slow down a little bit. And I will say in neighborhoods as well, they may be going to bus stops or, you know, just walking behind you. Make sure you look behind if you're backing up. Just take a little extra time and attention. Distractions, obviously, put down the phone, all of those issues.
And a lot of parents are busy because getting back to school, you get back into that routine, especially in the beginning of the year. You may not be looking for that, so great reminder there. Also, I wanted to bring up another subject a little bit here, too. Power lines down in Westminster on 140 was a big deal. Any updates that you're hearing on that?
Yeah, we're really excited to announce Westminster is back open this morning for business, and so I just want to thank all the first responders, law enforcement, everybody really came together to assist.
Right.
We've had a few staff out there helping customers who've still come, even though we didn't have any power, but they will be back in operational. Obviously, we're still appointments only, but we reached out to folks to let them know what was
MBA in Westminster right there, right along 140. That was right in front of it. I mean,
it really was right in that critical area. So again, we're grateful that nobody was killed and seriously injured, and thankful for all of our first responders, and glad to provide premier customer service again today.
Christy Nizer, thank you. Always great to have you in.
Thank you.
Well, Fox 45 News is your back-to-school headquarters. Now, through the first day of school, less than 3 weeks away, we'll be compiling all the things busy parents need to know to prepare for a great school year. Just click on the QR code you see right there on your screen. Check out all the stories that we posted so far. You can go right to our website, foxbaltimore.com/back-to-school-HQ. Now, I want to go over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. Justin, you've got the buscast coming up.
That's right. The countdown to the bus stop forecast is coming, Tom. I don't know about you, but when I was a kid around this time of year, when it was like mid to late August, I was like, oh, I want to get back to see my friends and get back in the routine, and others are like, nope, I want to stay out of school for as long as possible. So looking right now at our Towson camera, 695, traffic has picked up a little bit, but what we're looking at here is a lot of the cloud cover and the lack of rain. So we're not seeing rain for your morning commute. That rain's going to be more so midday into the early afternoon. Here's our HD radar, and again, you're not really seeing much of anything. Just a few light showers are still west of Hagerstown in western Maryland. We'll pull out a little bit farther, and you can see that line of showers there. Pittsburgh, Morgantown up to Altoona. Now, earlier this morning, we saw some lightning strikes here, but that has pretty much shifted to the north, and the areas to the south, that's where the stronger storms exist. We are not going to see these here, at least in our area, but they could clip parts of southern Maryland and Virginia. That's where we have a better chance of severe weather. Not here at home, but just know that those storms are going to be kind of around us. And we're not done with thunderstorms, because we still have that potential for some of those storms to pop this afternoon. Notice the cloud cover that stays with us, so that kind of caps the atmosphere and keeps us mainly stable. But now the latest model run by about noon, picking up a few more of those widespread showers rolling through. And then as we get to about 2, 3 o'clock, make it a little bit of a break with another line of showers and storms into that 4 and 5 o'clock hour this afternoon. This is lining up with what we were looking at yesterday. And now it's coming into more focus as we get closer to that system. But by about 7 p.m., all of that is out of there. If the O's had a night game tonight, it'd be no issue. The fact is we have a game today at 12:35. So that's what we have to watch for with those showers rolling through about that time. Lower 70s next couple of hours as you enjoy some coffee and breakfast with us here in your Rise and Shinecast. And it's not the greatest day to hang by the pool, but the first half of the day should be okay. Again, this afternoon, any of those thunderstorms, you got to make sure to get indoors. That UV index, even with the cloud cover, still in that high category. Upper 70s and lower 80s, so those numbers will be back below average for your highs today with that cloud cover around. And if you're heading down the ocean, not the best day at the beach either, with some of those showers hanging out in Rehoboth and in Ocean City. But Friday and Saturday looking great with mid-80s, definitely heating up. Should be a good beach weekend. And here we go. That first pitch I was talking about at 12:35, 78 degrees, but some showers around into the lower 80s as the O's try to avoid the sweep against the Houston Astros. And again, hopefully get that game in. Hold off on getting the grass cut unless you want to do it between, I'd say, now and about noon because after that, the rain is coming in. But Friday and Saturday, I got green lights for you as we head into the weekend. So here's that weather maker. You can see that warm front to the south of us. That's going to be moving through. Behind that, we dry out tomorrow, so less humid, and our temperatures will start to climb. And then Saturday and Sunday, we get right back to the heat and humidity of August, and it's definitely going to be kind of a steamy weekend here. So that 7-day forecast looks like this. After lower 80s today, upper 80s tomorrow, lower 90s through Saturday and Sunday, and even into Monday. And it's looking now like late Monday night into Tuesday, we could have some severe weather. May need to shift into weather alert mode for those storms coming early next week.
All right, Justin, thank you. Chocolate, marshmallow, graham cracker, see where we're going with this? Working together to create a perfect campfire dessert in our 9 o'clock hour. How you can grill your mellows to perfection while protecting the wildlife around you.
The O's continue to soar while fans are stressing over the future of Camden Yards. We'll take a closer look at why the O's lease is still at a standstill. Stressing about that, or if you were up late last night and then trying to get ready for today's afternoon game.
I just know we're going to hit this Thursday out of the ballpark with a coffee break. Trending now, a teenager flipped out of her new world record.
15-year-old Maya Peterson flipping over. Do you see that right there? 12 people. So you got to give it up to those 12 who are trustworthy right there, especially that 12th one. She went off the quarter pipe while on roller skates, earning herself a spot in the Guinness Book of World Records.
She says she's been skating since she was 11 and has been attempting tricks since she was 13. Once she started clearing 10 people with ease, Peterson says she was encouraged to go for the record. Can you imagine?
When she started clearing 10, what was the person, the 9th person going?
Ooh, or I wonder if maybe they don't put actual humans there till she's cleared it many times with like stuffies. Or how many times has she fallen too?
And
so many questions.
Yeah, you kind of want to pick softer friends to be down there if you're falling, right? I mean, you'd be so selfish about it. But
how do you get into something like that?
I don't know. Speaking about getting into something really weird, a hardware store in New Zealand had an unusual visitor, and it wasn't a customer, not a paying customer at least.
Well, look at that face. Employees at the Bunnings store found a seal. And the seal was just wandering into their delivery yard. The employees contained the seal with heavy boxes.
A kiss from a rose.
And then look at the little paws were crossed, or fins were crossed.
Right, yeah, oh yeah. She was just hanging out. Rangers from the New Zealand Department of Conservation later picking up the seal, brought it to a local marine reserve though, and officials say seals end up in unusual places and that it actually happens often.
They just get curious. Our Weather Authority radar getting curious. Moving into our region, the next weather maker is on the way. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking the timing of this, plus how many inches of rain we could see.
And no rain just yet here at Falling Branch Brewery. They're actually gearing up for fall. They've got a pretty good list of beers that they're brewing right now. Coming up next, we're actually going to head to the brewery room and see what's happening there and learn more about it. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Well, thank you for waking up with us on this Thursday morning, August 10th. I'm Tom Rogers. Patrice Sanders is off.
I'm Megan Gilland, and we're getting ready for some rain here in our region. More rain.
Yes, more rain. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, he's excited about the differences in weather because it gets you guys excited because you're a meteorologist. But it's rain, and anybody flying this afternoon is a big question.
That's the thing. Anything you're going to be doing outside, I mean, everything outside now is fine. There's no rain out there. It's definitely muggy. It's kind of warm, but those rain showers will be here as we get into the next couple of hours, especially through the midday. In fact, you can see on our HD radar just a few light showers. Martinsburg, West Virginia, over toward Hagerstown. That's about as close as they are right now. And you can see it as it goes a little bit further up toward Johnstown in PA. That's where we're seeing that rain. No lightning strikes, so that's good news. Now, we're not going to be completely done and only talking about rain today because we could still see some thunderstorms develop this afternoon. Our Mile 1 Auto Group cam in Towson is cloudy. Low to mid 70s for Cockeysville and Towson, straight down the JFX to Baltimore City, past that new Pepsi sign, whatever. 74 in Dundalk and Essex. So keep those numbers in the 70s over the next couple of hours. Out for a run or a jog. Definitely getting that sweat on here this morning. We're back with your full forecast. We'll track the rain for today and also a very hot and humid weekend that's right around the corner.
Well, now let's take a look at your Lens Solar traffic network here, and you can see some of the roads slowdowns if you're heading south in 95 in Lanham. There's a pothole repairs that are causing some delays. 2 right lanes are closed. Cameras showing the slowdowns in that region because of that construction way down near D.C. Around the Baltimore region, though, we are looking great. The only issue to report right here is from storm damages that have happened, and there's really just 140 in Westminster and one road, High Street in Bel Air. Rocks Park is now State Park. That road, 24, is now back open.
Developing now, a former CEO of a major nonprofit in Baltimore has been indicted.
Now, Reginald Davis accused of illegally obtaining more than $1 million in COVID relief money. Fox 45 News following the latest news hitting the nonprofit Strong City, Baltimore.
We have Olivia Dance live from the courthouse with the latest developments from court yesterday. Olivia.
Well, Megan and Tom, this is all stemming from the nonprofit's financial problems and Reginald Davis's attempt to fix them. Now he's awaiting his next court date, but he was here at the federal courthouse just yesterday, where he pled not guilty to 3 federal charges, 1 wire fraud charge and 2 money laundering charges. Davis served as CEO of Strong City, Baltimore from April 2021 until December 2022 and is still listed as CEO on the nonprofit's website. The indictment alleges Strong City was mismanaging nonprofit clients' money. The indictment outlining how prosecutors say he misused federal COVID relief money that he got through the Paycheck Protection Program, or PPP, misusing almost $1.5 million in federal funds. Prosecutors say Davis devised a scheme to defraud a bank and get a PPP loan, all to cover the shortfalls in Strong City's accounts. Adam Andrzejewski, a government waste watchdog, notes that Strong City is still delinquent with Maryland's charity registration and says the red flags have been raised for years.
So you had all these organizations saying that Strong Cities Baltimore wasn't managing their own money properly. They weren't filing their payroll on a timely basis. They weren't filing their financial statements. And yet we identified $800,000 in city funds and city school funds flowed with a lack of transparency and no accountability to the organization as late as February of 2022.
Now, Davis and his court-appointed attorney didn't speak to us outside the courthouse yesterday, but we did reach out to Strong City to find out who's leading the organization now. So far, though, we haven't heard back yet. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Olivia, this indictment we know is raising some new questions about the state of affairs for hundreds of other nonprofits.
Olivia just mentioned Andrzejewski, and he also says as many as 1 in 4 nonprofits in Baltimore City are not in compliance with state law, but millions in tax dollars keep flowing their way.
The city and the schools both pumped in hundreds of thousands of dollars into Strong Cities Baltimore during a period where the organization was out of compliance and quote unquote delinquent and owed hundreds of dollars worth of fines.
Inspector General Isabel Cumming began investigating Strong City Baltimore a year ago after receiving a complaint. She says many nonprofits entrust that fiscal sponsors like Strong City Baltimore are on sound financial ground.
It's such a passion, it's such a vision that The accounting part of it is the difficult part. Having to do all of those type of rules, having to do the reporting, that type of stuff. So many times they encourage people to use fiscal sponsorships.
Well, Cumming insisted these fiscal sponsors should be audited annually to ensure that they are managing the funds as they claim.
My daughter called me in a panic, saying that there was a girl missing down at Maui Trail.
Topping our next half hour, hear from the family who explains the moment they say they found a woman's body on a popular trail.
A group of parents is suing Montgomery County Public Schools. Still had the reason behind that lawsuit.
Camden Yards, we hope to get that final game of the series in by this afternoon because we are tracking some rain showers as our next weather maker rolls in. We'll talk about it coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Right now, evacuations are underway in Hawaii with a deadly wildfire burning across the island of Maui.
Associated Press reporting the wildfires have killed 36 people so far and hurt several others. We want to get right over to Shannon Lilly in our live center following the new developments overnight. Shannon.
I mean, just some shocking video pouring in on social media, guys. Look at these flames, the smoke billowing from the water there. And over here in Lahaina, this is a tourist destination, and you can see how it is just utterly destroyed. This is home to some 9,000 people, essentially reduced to rubble. Another shocking photo of the flames there. Right now, evacuations are underway, with officials organizing mass bus evacuations to try to take people to the airport. And now a look at more video of the hot spots and destructions all over the island. Firefighters are continuing to battle these flames, which are being fueled even more by winds associated with Hurricane Dora. Now, those winds, thankfully, are decreasing overnight. But right now, as you all mentioned, we know at least 36 people are dead, dozens more injured, and the death toll is only expected to rise in the coming days as a federal team assists with search and rescue efforts. So far, more than 271 structures have been damaged or destroyed, likely even more to follow. We're hearing from a man whose home was just burned to rubble.
Fire was in our backyard 10 seconds after we saw the flames up at the top of the hill. We ran downstairs, grabbed our dogs and cats, and we lost the cat and the dog because just confusion. And the fire just engulfed our house.
Just a truly heartbreaking situation. Meanwhile, a statement here from President Joe Biden. He has ordered all available federal assets to help combat this threat. And we know it's needed because the governor there in Hawaii is saying that emergency shelters are overwhelmed and hospitals are overrun with burn patients. Of course, we're going to continue to follow this, but for now, that is the latest from the Live Center. Tom.
Thank you, Shannon. A new report showing Baltimore City waited to get reimbursed from the federal government for transportation projects. After the break, how this could affect future projects.
And a fan festival for a Baltimore icon is coming back. Still ahead, the activities that you can be a part of and when you should get your tickets. Can you guess what this is for? It's 8:12. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning. Very important job in the harbor. Hint, hint. A new report shows that Baltimore waited months, sometimes years, to get reimbursed from the federal government for transportation projects. And that means that millions of dollars were delayed being paid to Baltimore City. This morning, David Williams with the Taxpayers Protection Alliance is breaking down the problem and, most importantly, how this could impact future projects. David, first and foremost, how does this happen?
Good morning, Megan. And this is a problem, right? Because it puts a huge financial strain on the city when they're supposed to be reimbursed for this money and they're not. And you mentioned years. I mean, one project, it took 20 years. Let me repeat that, 20 years to get reimbursed from the federal government. What's supposed to happen is that the city, the Department of Transportation in the city files paperwork, and there's different divisions that have to do this, and they file paperwork and they get paid. They're not doing that. It's taken each division months and months to do this. And as you can imagine, this is going to affect future projects because the city is saying, we can't front the money. We can't afford these projects. And what we've heard is that money now is coming out of general revenue, is coming out of rainy day funds for the city. And again, this huge financial strain. And Megan, think about the red line. Here is a massive project that could be funded by the federal government. What if the city doesn't get reimbursed for this for years? This is a lot of money. We're talking almost $3 billion for this particular project. So when you talk about future projects, this is the one that I'm thinking of.
So, David, what happens now? How can this be fixed?
So there is a fix to this, and it really is, first of all, put a shot clock on each division within the Department of Transportation saying, okay, you have 2 months to finish the paperwork on this project. The next division, you have 2 months, and expedite the process. We have the technology. We can do this. You know, this should not, everything should be digitized. There should be no paper trail whatsoever except a digital paper trail to make sure this gets reimbursed.
And then who oversees that to make sure that that step does get done?
The director of the Department of Transportation, and it's one of the few agencies that actually has a director now in Baltimore City. So I think there is a way forward with this. And, you know, we can argue about whether transportation projects are good or bad, but listen, if the city decides and if the federal government says they're going to reimburse, well, get it done. Get the paperwork done and make sure it happens because, again, you know, this is a huge financial strain and the city can't afford to be fronting the federal government all this money for years at a time.
I mean, it's shocking, David. When you said 20 years, that is countless administrations that have come through here and not done that. It makes you think that there's a larger problem. You know, is it as simple as what you just said? Is there anything more to this?
Well, I'm glad you brought that up because it's not one mayor, right? This is happening through multiple administrations. It really falls on the Department of Transportation. It falls on them to expedite this process. And again, they can do it. And I think now that the problem has been identified, that hopefully they do move forward and do this because it's a missed opportunity by the city.
That's a good point. David, thanks for shining light on this. We appreciate your time this morning.
Thank you.
Time right now is 8:18. Our weather authority forecast here. Looking out over Camden Yards, we've got the final game in the series against the Astros, and a little rough last couple of nights, but we do have an afternoon game, so hopefully that tarp is on the field already because we are tracking some showers right around midday today. We can hopefully get that game in 12:35 for your first pitch on your O's cast, and should see temperatures hanging out in the upper 70s into the lower 80s through the later part of the afternoon. And if you can't catch the O's today, it's going to be a couple of weeks before they're back here. They've got a long West Coast road trip, and then when they come back in town, they play the Blue Jays, and then they play the Rockies, and then I throw out the first pitch. It's going to be all gravy by then. I love it. Because gravy's good, right? Yeah. Our HD radar overall not looking too bad right now. In fact, we are seeing some showers right there just to the west of Hagerstown and Martinsburg at this time. Notice as we pull out some of those showers continuing up through Altoona and out to Morgantown. This is that warm front, so you can see that little red line that just kind of popped up there. And that's all of that warm air that's coming in from the south, which is why we're so warm and muggy. That's going to continue throughout the day today. Now, these strong storms that are now moving into Charlotte and are north of Atlanta, that's going to stay, or those storms are going to stay to the south of us today. So southern Maryland and parts of Virginia will get hit with more of that severe weather potential by this afternoon. We still have that chance to get a couple of thunderstorms. And notice on our future scan, we're dry through 10 a.m. But look what happens as we get to noon. And of course, that's right when we want to get that game going today. A couple of light showers will be around. That's all that we're talking about is some rain, a break between about 2 and 3 p.m. So again, maybe getting that game in or whatever you have to do outside. But then 4 or 5 p.m. is when another round of those showers and potential thunderstorms moves right into the 83 and 95 corridor. All of this is done by about 6, 7 o'clock tonight, and we're back to drier conditions, especially as we head toward tomorrow. There's Hank the Bird. Good morning, Hank. We haven't seen Hank all morning long. Where you been? Yeah, he's just been, getting ready for the day and excited for the O's as well. So 78 by about noontime on your Bird is the Word cast, and we'll be into the lower 80s for this afternoon. With the cloud cover around and that rain, our temps are going to come down and back in the below average category. Across Carroll and Baltimore counties, 79 Towson for Lutherville and Timonium. Harford and Cecil counties also in those mid to upper 70s for Bel Air and Aberdeen, up into Elkton and Northeast, close to 80 for your high today. Now, we are your back to school headquarters, and we are 18 days away from that bus stop forecast. We're getting the bus all shined up and ready for the new year. City and county in Baltimore, Harford, Howard, and Arundel counties in 18 days and 26 days for Carroll County. On the eastern shore, Queen Anne's and Talbot counties at 18 days as well. We're 26 days out for Caroline, Cecil, and Kent County just after Labor Day for you. That's your first day of school. Future scan, there it is. That's the system that's moving through today. Behind that, we're drier and we're a little cooler. Well, we're a little less humid tomorrow, I should say. We're going to warm up, but we'll be less humid on Friday. And then Saturday and Sunday, we're going to get right back to that heat and humidity building. It is going to be an August weekend for sure. Here's that 7-day forecast for you. 89 tomorrow, lower 90s into Saturday and Sunday. It's going to feel like the mid to upper 90s, so definitely that heat index will be in play. And then another round of storms that could be strong to severe late Monday into Tuesday. We'll definitely keep our eyes on that.
Well, get your graham crackers, marshmallows ready for National S'more Day. Still ahead in our next hour, how you can elevate your s'more experience.
And we're here at Falling Branch Brewery this morning. We're now where all the magic happens in the brewery room. We'll let you know more about this brewery and the rentals that you can actually enjoy here in just a couple of minutes. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local.
Oh, there's always controversy around when fall actually begins. The Harford County brewery is showing off all their autumn activities coming up in just a few weeks.
Amy Aronson live at Falling Branch Brewery, dreaming of pumpkins and hayrides. So, Amy, the question is, are we talking end of August or September for when this kicks off?
Okay, so this actually all kicks off September 23rd, which is technically the fall equinox. So a little later than meteorological fall, which starts on September 1st. But you can always come out here to Falling Branch Brewery and enjoy a beer, enjoy the beautiful scenery, because it's also a farm, which is kind of cool. Right now, we're actually going behind the scenes with Colin Boyles, where the magic happens. So this is like your office. This is where all the brewing happens. What's going on behind us here?
So I got a bunch of fermenters. I have 3 of them are full, 1's empty. A bunch of upcoming great beers for the Pumpkin Fest. I'm trying to get a head start. That way I'm not losing out on anything.
Yeah.
I'm not out of beer, so trying to get a good head start for the upcoming busy season.
Okay, cool. And you've got such cool spaces here, indoor spaces, outdoor spaces. If people are like, this would be perfect for a party or a gathering, people can rent areas out here? How does that work?
Oh yeah, of course. So we got a couple rental areas. They're very big areas that you can come in, even if it's for like a birthday party, or we've had people for wedding receptions.
Oh, cool.
We even have people who actually had a wedding here.
Okay.
And you can rent spaces for a couple hours, enjoy the experience, the whole lay of the land, everything. So a lot of people enjoyed it. If you want to, check it out at rentals at fallingbranchbeer.com and submit an inquiry, and they'll let you all know about it.
Okay, cool. And you're family friendly, kids, pets welcome, just everyone be mindful of each other, right?
Yes. Yep.
That's the rule.
Yep. Dogs are allowed. Please bring them in. It's all family friendly. We want to bring as many people as we can in.
Okay, awesome. Cool. Well, if you want more information on anything he mentioned, head over to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks, and you can get all the details there. So, Megan, Tom, you guys got to come check it out. Bring the kids, bring the family, bring the dogs.
Love it.
I've been there a couple times, Amy. Do they still rent out Jean's Cottage? Are they still doing that?
Ooh, I don't know. Do you still rent out Jean's Cottage?
Yes.
All right.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah.
That's as an Airbnb. So you can definitely check.
Cool.
Yep.
Cool.
Yeah, kind of separate away, and you get to hang out there. Yeah, it's a great facility. All right, thank you very much, Amy. Next weather maker, well, it's making it rain today. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know when we will dry out.
And frustrated fans as the Orioles continue to soar, but their lease is at a standstill. We are going to take a closer look at those delays and what fans are saying about it. Time now, 8:28. You are watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Thursday, August 10th. I'm Shannon Lilly.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we want to start out this Thursday nice. Get outdoors now. If you're outdoors later on, you need to grab something.
Not going to be quite so nice.
Right.
Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. So some storms heading our way.
Yeah, potential storms, Shannon. Tom, good morning to both of you. It's Friday Eve, so we have that going for us. And yeah, I don't know if you'd say nice, just the fact that it's not raining, but it's definitely muggy. It's warm, and you can actually see some of that rain that's getting a little bit closer to us here. It's still over in Hagerstown and west of Frederick at this time, but we are going to see a few more of those showers develop over the next couple of hours. We're looking more midday into the first part of your afternoon. But right now over the Inner Harbor, calm conditions right now. The wind has not picked up yet, so boaters and watermen, if you need to get out on the water, I would do so now, because that small craft advisory starts at 11 a.m. That wind is really going to kick up out of the southwest, 10 to 20 and even gusting to 25 knots, and waves could be about 1 to 2 feet as well. So just be aware of that. We're in the lower 80s today, some of us only in the 70s with the cloud cover and the rain around, but we heat right back up tomorrow and Saturday, upper 80s and lower 90s. Heat and humidity for this upcoming weekend is what will be in store. We will take a closer look at that coming up on that big old green wall right over there in just a few minutes from right now. Tom?
Two now, and former state employee comes forward asking, what is the Maryland Department of Education hiding? This after Fox 45 obtained documents from the state that are heavily redacted.
Project Baltimore's Chris Papps joins us live to explain some of those documents have now been unredacted, which is revealing a hidden email address used by the state superintendent. Some interesting findings, Chris.
Yeah, this is really an incredible story that is developing very quickly. It was just last week that we reported, Project Baltimore reported on these redacted emails that we got from the Maryland State Department of Education that were relating to the changing of state test scores. This is a story that we've been covering for the past couple of months. Well, we filed a public records request to get the emails because we wanted to see what your government officials were talking about during the time they decided to change the test scores and how they reveal those test scores to the public. Well, when we got this email, it was fully redacted. And we didn't feel like the Maryland State Department of Education had the legal authority to redact this one email. So we challenged them on it, and they agreed with us. And they unredacted parts of this email, and what it uncovered is a hidden email from the Maryland State Department of Education's state superintendent, an email that he is somehow using to send messages to people, but they're not telling us who these messages are going to. So if you look at the email and you go on foxbaltimore.com, and I would encourage everyone to look into this. This is a very significant deal about how your tax dollars are being spent. We can now see that Mohammed Chaudhry is using a secondary hidden email to send messages. We still cannot see who he's sending them to. The state won't tell us, but we're not going to go away on this. We believe the public deserves answers on this. We deserve to know who the top education official in this state is sending messages to from a hidden email account.
Yeah, and Chris, the other question that comes in here is MSDE, they're the ones responsible for blocking out or redacting all the statements. Are they the only one, or is there a third party that actually did the redactions?
No, the MSDE is, Tom, they're the ones that are redacting this, and as we challenge them, they are unredacting more things. And we're going to see in the coming days how much we can get through with this. But Scott Martyr, who is an attorney that, remember, Tom, a few years ago we sued Baltimore City Public Schools for almost the same thing, not releasing public records. We sued them with Scott Martyr. We won in court. The judge said that Baltimore City Schools willfully and knowingly violated the law, and the judge ordered, we didn't ask for this necessarily, the judge ordered the school system to pay Fox 45's legal fees of nearly $200,000 because the judge said this never should have gone to court. Well, now we have Scott Martyr saying something very similar. He's saying that the Maryland State Department of Education is now not releasing public documents that the public fully has a right to see. Taxpayers and parents have a right to see this information. And we're going to see how this plays out. But if the Maryland State Department of Education
does not unredact more information, and we're going to see what we have to do to try to get that information unredacted.
Yeah, parents and guardians statewide on this one. Yeah.
Absolutely. Of course, like you said, Chris, we'll continue to follow this. Thank you so much for your reporting.
Thank you. Thank you.
We have continuing coverage this morning. Search for a killer continues in Harford County after a woman was found dead on a popular Bel Air trail Sunday.
We're now hearing from the family who says they discovered her body, describing the gruesome scene and a warning. The details are graphic.
I saw a terrible mess. There was blood everywhere. It's my passion to bring closure to that family by bringing her back and not having them wonder what happened.
Olivia Dan's joining us live now with more from the man who says he and his stepdaughter discovered Morin's body. Olivia?
Well, Michael Gabrzeski is a former National Park search and rescue officer, and following reports that Rachel Morin was missing, he and his stepdaughter began searching the Ma and Pa Trail. Again, we want to remind you that the details of what they encountered may be disturbing.
My daughter said that there was a big rock down there that was all caked in blood. There's not going to be an open casket, I can guarantee you that.
He says 37-year-old Rachel Morin's body was found in a pool of blood in a tunnel drain not far from the trail's main entrance. He says Morin's body was suffering severe head trauma, an injury he believes could be the result of a rock. The latest update from the Harford County Sheriff's Department declining to comment on how Morin died and not yet naming a suspect. Meanwhile, Morin's boyfriend quickly took to social media to proclaim his innocence, saying he loves Rachel and would never do anything to hurt her. Gabrzeski tells Fox 45 News that whoever the killer is, he is convinced it was someone close with the victim.
Because it's too personal. If somebody were just to do a thrill kill, it wouldn't be as brutal as what we witnessed.
Court records show that Morin's boyfriend has a history of domestic violence accusation, and the Harford County Sheriff says that he has been interviewed, but so far no suspects have been identified. For now, reporting live, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Olivia, thank you. Well, court records show Morin's boyfriend has a history of domestic violence allegations. Harford County Police say they've interviewed him. Police are not naming him or anyone as a suspect at this time. The Harford County Sheriff's Office is asking anyone who is on or near the trail this weekend to send in pictures as they piece together this investigation. Officers say they've already received more than 100 tips.
And Rachel's sister, Rebecca, has created a GoFundMe to help cover the funeral costs. And on that page, it reads that Rachel was a mother of 5, and any funds left over after the funeral will go directly to her children. It's raised more than $41,000 as of this morning. Former leader of the nonprofit Strong City Baltimore has been indicted, topping our next half hour. What he's being charged for?
We're expecting on and off showers and a few storms for the afternoon. Just ahead, we take a look at how your weekend is shaping up. It's 8:39. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
We have some breaking news just out just a couple minutes ago. U.S. consumer inflation edged up in July for the first time in a year. It is now at 3.2%. This, according to the Associated Press. It's due to higher energy prices, a small uptick from 3% that we saw in June. Well, the Orioles lease with the state of Maryland set to expire at the end of this year, December 31st.
Despite optimism, negotiations aren't moving as swiftly as some hoped.
It's sad. This is our home.
Yeah, it's frustration because we need to know where we're going to play baseball next year. And it has to be Oriole Park at Camden Yards.
According to The Athletic, the problem is team owner John Angelos. He wants to lease that includes more than the commitment by the state to unlock the $600 million in public funds for the ballpark improvements. Plus, he wants to develop an area around the park that could include a mix of shops and dining.
The team has played in Oriole Park at Camden Yards since 1992 when the state built the ballpark. The O's and Governor Wes Moore both say they are committed to renewing the lease.
A group is threatening to boycott the Washington Commanders. Still ahead, why they want the team to change their name back to the Redskins.
Slip into toasty looking some more shoes. Look at those. After the break, how much the shoes are costing consumers. It's 8:43. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Well, the third annual Black Business Showcase is back in Baltimore, and it's all about supporting the community and encouraging Black business owners. Joining us today, Lamar Purnell, Keon Rusado, and we have Mo Carr here, and you guys are all a part of what's happening this weekend. So first question, tell us a little bit more about what is happening this weekend. Tell us about this event. It sounds like a great opportunity.
Yes, so first, thank you for having us. So the Office of Government, Community, and Economic Partnerships at Johns Hopkins are pleased to host the third annual Black Business Showcase, where we wish to highlight 35 Black-owned businesses from the Baltimore City DMV area. It is this Sunday from 12 to 5 p.m. At the Reginald F. Lewis Museum.
Okay, so a lot of vendors, and kind of right here we have a little example, right, of what you can see out there. Can you tell us what we're looking at here, Mo?
So it's my spin on the summer cocktails, featuring the Orioles and the Ravens. So you'll have a little yellow oranges tint bird here, and then a lavender here. So it's all mocktails. So what I'll be offering on Sunday is mocktail services. My business is Mo's Mixes. We specialize in staffing and training people that are interested in bartending, people that think they may be interested. Hey, I just want to shadow. I want to see what it's all about. So I'll be offering some of our summer mocktails. I do have cocktails and mocktails that change throughout the season. So I have a spring-summer collection. I have a fall-winter collection. Okay. So I've bought samples here today for you guys to try.
Yeah, they look amazing. Look at these.
So this is the lavender lemonade. So it's just lavender syrup.
Okay.
You can either store-buy that or you can home make it. I store-bought this one, so I'll let you try this one first.
I'm excited. Let's see. Oh my goodness. It's so refreshing,
It's refreshing.
So light. And so, and while we're kind of trying these, how many vendors are going to be there?
So in total, there's going to be 35 black businesses present.
Wow.
And they range from barbecue to cosmetics to clothing.
Oh my goodness, so all kinds of different vendors out there. And the whole thing is free, right?
Absolutely, it's free to the public.
Where can people find out more information about this? Where should they go to get more information?
Yeah, so they can subscribe to JH Connects on all social media platforms. And if they wish to hear further information, they can email us at hopkinslocal@jhu.edu.
And where is this actually taking place?
The Reginald F. Lewis Museum.
Okay, perfect. All right, well, we need to get a check on the forecast. We need to see how this weekend is shaping up. So let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. Are we going to have some good weather for this event?
Why you got those drinks in cages? You gotta let those drinks out.
That's what we're doing now.
I know, let them out of the cage. Come on, we got to breathe. We got to drink them. We got to enjoy them. So thank you very much for being here, guys. Yeah, it is going to be nice this weekend. It's going to be hot. It's going to be humid. It's August in Baltimore. That's what we're going to be talking about after we get through some of the rain for today. And a lot of cloud cover out there actually keeping our temperatures down, even though it's kind of mild and muggy right now. The fact that we have that cloud cover is good in terms of storm development. The more cloud cover we have, the more stable the atmosphere will be. If we get any of those breaks in the clouds, that's when things can get a little active, and that's when we could see a few more storms this afternoon. So we'll kind of keep our eye on that. Very calm out over the Inner Harbor, and right now your temperature at BWI Thurgood Marshall at 74. 68 is your current dew point temperature, so it's 82% humidity. And yeah, if you've stepped outside, you can feel it, probably feel it inside too. Now the dew points are going to slide up into the 70s here for today. Notice what happens, that big dip tomorrow where we'll have drier air in place, but temporarily, only one day, because Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, those dew points get right back up in the lower 70s. And check the heat index numbers here. We'll be in the 90s for the weekend, but we're going to feel like the mid to upper 90s here, especially on Saturday and Sunday. So you'll definitely need to make sure to stay hydrated. All right, still waiting on that rain. It's not here yet. We're seeing a few of those showers in Hagerstown down into parts of Waynesboro up to the north, and you can see where that system is kind of hanging out. The stronger storms are well to the south of us, moving out of Tennessee and right into the Carolinas. Charlotte getting hit with a lot of rain and thunderstorms at this time. So just be aware if you're trying to travel there. Could see some delays. And then that same system is going to stay to the south of us today in terms of the severe weather. We're still going to see that potential for a couple of thunderstorms. So next couple of hours, we stay mainly dry. This is right around noontime. We're going to get some of those showers to kind of move through the area. And that's going to be here between about 12 and 2 o'clock. Hopefully they'll get the O's game in today. 3 p.m. is fine, but then another round of showers and storms develops in that 4 and 5 o'clock hour as it moves right across the 83 and 95 corridor and then pushes out of here by about 6, 7 o'clock tonight. So if you do want to get out there for a round of golf, maybe just a quick 9 here this morning. We're talking about temps in the mid 70s, upper 70s through noontime. Maybe hitting some balls at the practice range today as opposed to actually being out there on the course, especially when any of those thunderstorms roll in. Upper 70s and lower 80s for our highs across central Maryland for your numbers today. And those numbers are going to go right back to near or even above average for the weekend. Friday, we're at 89, lower 90s into Saturday and Sunday. And as I mentioned, it will feel a lot hotter than that with the heat and humidity. Another round of storms comes early next week. We're talking Monday, late afternoon, evening into Tuesday morning. We could see some more severe weather. May need a weather alert day for that. Time to take a look at a view through your window, and this sent in from Gail, and if you look closely, Oreo the cat is trying to go on Gail's trip by kind of stowing away in the suitcase. But I don't think they let cats on planes like that. But either way, thank you very much, Gail, for that shot. Oreo just trying to have some fun. We'd love to see the view through your window. Just go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime-in, or take a picture of that little squiggly thing right there on your screen.
Well, thank you, Justin. In your Sports Unlimited coverage, Native American group wants the NFL's Washington Commanders to change their name back to the Redskins.
In a letter to the team, the Native American Guardians Association threatened a boycott. The group wants to honor Native American heritage. Washington changed its name last season following years of complaints from some indigenous activists who called it a slur and disparaging stereotype. The letter has more than 75,000 signatures. All right, trending now, these new shoes are made to be next to a campfire.
Marshmallow company Jet Puffed and the shoe brand Kizik, they're teaming up to release these s'more shoes. The shoe company is known for its easy slip-on, slip-off footwear, which combines the slightly toasted marshmallow look of these new shoes, as you can see.
That's perfect.
The s'more shoes are now available on Kizik's website for about $120. And the reason why? We're celebrating the campfire treat.
Absolutely. Celebrate the campfire treat many of us love. Still ahead in our next hour, how you can perfect the s'more. Plus, things you need to know to keep yourself and others safe around the campfire.
We're here at Falling Branch Brewery, where you can do more than just enjoy beer. Coming up this fall, you can also pick some pumpkins. We'll tell you all about everything happening this fall in Pumpkin Fest in just a couple of minutes. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
So close to PSLs. Are you a PSL fan?
I am.
Oh, so there's two of you. The two of you, you and Justin.
But it's too early for me. It's too early, but
See?
it's not
Like a
too
normal
early
person.
for some caffeine.
Oh, no. Yeah, and you're going to need some caffeine to hang out with that guy, or meteorologist who's into PSLs. Yeah. It's time for a 8:56 and topping your morning business report. Watching your favorite Disney, Star Wars, or Marvel content is going to cost you a little bit more soon, too, because Disney's planning to significantly raise the prices on the Disney Plus streaming services. Starting October 12th, monthly cost for the ad-free version of Disney Plus will go from $11 to $14. The same is true of Disney parks. Attendance at Disney World in Florida is down, but growth of parks in other countries has helped grow revenue.
And Disney isn't the only one jacking up their prices. The price of your morning glass of OJ is also going up. Analysts say orange juice futures are hitting record highs because of bad weather, a citrus disease, and short supply. Most orange juice comes from Florida, but last year's hurricanes, along with a late freeze, took out a large amount of crops. A disease called citrus greening is also wiping out orange trees. The USDA predicted a decline in production of about 51% this year. Now it's time for today's America's Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Naki. You know, I am always looking for new products to help keep me and my family safe, and I spend a lot of time in my car. I know you do too. So I am so excited to introduce you to the Minolta Dash Cam. Now, this gives you evidence if you're in an accident, and that is evidence at your fingertips. It records exactly what happened, and this is going to save you a lot of money on insurance claims. And it's extra peace of mind. It's really an investment for protecting your family, and I love that. Now, Minolta, as we know, is just such a trusted brand, and you can record inside and outside of your vehicle. Also, the camera, high resolution, 120-degree lens, clearer footage than any other dash cams on the market. And it automatically, I love this, automatically records collisions when you're parked. How great is that? And as I say, it includes the windshield mount, the memory card, also this power adapter, everything you need to get started right here, all in one piece. So right now, we're offering 38% off the Minolta dash cam, and I want you to head to asadeals.com for this exclusive offer. This is just something, protection for you and your family that you are going to love.
We are taking you into the news right now on Good Day Baltimore.
It's 9 a.m. and here are today's top stories.
The former CEO of a major Baltimore nonprofit faces federal indictment. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, all of the shocking details in this case.
We rebuild. You know, Lahaina strong. It's not just an expression. So we start rebuilding.
Evacuations underway right now in Hawaii with a deadly wildfire burning across the island of Maui. Just ahead from our live center, the new developments overnight and the shocking video pouring in on social media.
Tracking our next weather maker, going to bring some rain showers to the region over the next couple of hours and into the afternoon. We'll talk about how long this rain sticks around on Good Day Baltimore.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Welcome back, and thanks so much for being here on this Thursday, August 10th. I'm Shannon Lilly.
I'm Megan Gillen. We felt that Good Day Baltimore. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with a look at some rain.
It's almost as good as the song, right? With Good Morning Baltimore. Yeah, and
Beautiful.
Good morning to all of you, and happy Thursday. It's Friday Eve, everybody. We've been waking up and talking about all of the cloud cover and kind of the mild and muggy conditions out there. And this is our HD radar, which again doesn't look that exciting. We got a few showers north of Ashburn, Virginia, up into Hagerstown, over just to the west of Frederick, but kind of tracking southwest to northeast. So we may get a few more of these showers here moving into the area within the next couple of hours, but mainly it's just the cloud cover that's out there over the inner harbor at this time, and temperatures that are kind of mild, low to mid, even some upper 70s, 77 in Westminster. We're at 76 in Baltimore, 75 in Annapolis. Bel Air, you're at 71 with 60s in Western Maryland at this time. We're going to keep those 70s going here next couple of hours. Rain showers should begin right around midday and then tracking later into the afternoon as well. And we'll set you up with our very latest HD radar and our weather models as well. The newest model runs coming in. I'll share them with you in just a few.
All right, thanks, Justin. Developing now, a former CEO of a major nonprofit in Baltimore has been indicted.
Reginald Davis is accused of illegally obtaining more than $1 million in COVID relief money. Fox 45 News is following this latest news hitting the nonprofit Strong City, Baltimore.
Olivia Dance is live from the courthouse with the latest developments this morning. Olivia.
Well, Megan and Shannon, this is all stemming from the nonprofit's financial problems and Reginald Davis's attempt to fix them. Now he's still waiting for his next court date, but he was here at the federal courthouse just yesterday, where he pled not guilty to 3 federal charges, 1 wire fraud charge and 2 money laundering charges. Davis served as CEO of Strong City, Baltimore from April 2021 until December 2022 and is still listed as CEO on the nonprofit's website. The indictment alleges Strong City was mismanaging nonprofit clients' money. The indictment outlining how prosecutors say he misused federal COVID relief money that he got through the Paycheck Protection Program, or PPP, misusing almost $1.5 million in federal funds. Prosecutors say Davis devised a scheme to defraud a bank and get a PPP loan, all to cover the shortfalls in Strong City's accounts. Adam Andrzejewski, a government waste watchdog, notes that Strong City is still delinquent with Maryland's charity registration and says the red flags have been raised for years.
So you had all these organizations saying that Strong Cities Baltimore wasn't managing their own money properly. They weren't filing their payroll on a timely basis. They weren't filing their financial statements. And yet we identified $800,000 in city funds and city school funds flowed with a lack of transparency and no accountability to the organization as late as February of 2022.
Now, Davis and his court-appointed attorney didn't speak to us outside this courthouse yesterday, but we did reach out to Strong City to find out who is currently leading the organization. So far, though, we haven't heard back yet. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Thank you, Olivia. This indictment is raising new questions about the state of affairs for hundreds of other nonprofits.
Andrzejewski, who Olivia just mentioned, also says that as many as 1 in 4 nonprofits in this city are not in compliance with state law, but millions in tax dollars keep flowing their way.
The city and the schools both pumped in hundreds of thousands of dollars into Strong Cities Baltimore during a period where the organization was out of compliance and quote unquote delinquent and owed hundreds of dollars worth of fines.
Inspector General Isabel Cumming began investigating Strong City Baltimore a year ago after receiving a complaint. She says many nonprofits entrust that fiscal sponsors like Strong City Baltimore are on sound financial ground.
It's such a passion, it's such a vision that the accounting part of it is the difficult part. Having to do all of those type of rules, having to do the reporting, that type of stuff. So many times they encourage people to use fiscal sponsorships.
Cumming insists these fiscal sponsors should be audited annually to ensure they're managing funds like they say they are. OpenTheBooks.com pulled the 10 nonprofits the city gave the most money to in 2021. While some of them were transparent about how they spent that money, others were not, including one that received $6 million despite an expired registration. Fox 45 News pressed the city council president on it earlier this year. He appeared non-committal about asking for more transparency.
Is there enough oversight for some of the awards? I mean,
there's enough for some, yes, correct.
And not for others?
Again, I think that it's important to look at it award by award.
While Mosby suggests more transparency from these agencies, Councilman Yitchi Slifer is trying to make that happen. Earlier this year, he introduced a bill that would require nonprofits to share how they spend the money awarded to them.
We see tens, sometimes hundreds of millions of dollars going out the door to organizations, and it's important that we have the same level of transparency.
No hearing is scheduled, but Schleifer says he's committed to working with anyone who wants to move it forward. Critics have also called for more oversight into city agencies who receive taxpayer dollars, including the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement. Baltimore City Comptroller Bill Henry promised to expand the city's audit program to include Monzi. So far, though, that hasn't happened.
Well, that brings us to our question of the day. Do you think Baltimore City should be required to fully disclose how tax dollars are spent on nonprofits? Looking at the numbers coming in, you can see 96% of those who have responded say yes. You can make your voice heard right now on foxbaltimore.com/vote. Also right now, President Biden in Utah for a combined address on the anniversary of the PACT Act and an election fundraiser.
National correspondent Kayla Gaskins joins us live from Capitol Hill. And Kayla, Biden is commemorating the bipartisan legislation with a bipartisan appearance.
Yeah, that's right. President Biden will appear today alongside Utah's Republican Governor Spencer Cox to mark 1 year since the PACT Act was signed into law. It's the largest expansion of veteran benefits in decades. It extended benefits to veterans who were harmed by toxic burn pits around at military posts around the world. Now, just hours before President Biden arrived in Utah, though, the FBI shot and killed a 74-year-old man they say made violent threats against the president. Agents were executing a search warrant yesterday in Provo, Utah, at the home of Craig Robertson. Robertson making an online threat referencing Biden's trip. The FBI says it's been monitoring threats by Robertson against Biden and other officials for several months. Right now, this shooting is under investigation.
Kayla, on the other side of the aisle, President Trump's lawyers working on crafting a defense in the classified documents case, hearing that President Biden's team making a special request. What can you tell us about this?
Well, the former president's legal team has asked the government to reestablish a secure facility at or at least close to his Florida home, Mar-a-Lago. This facility would be a place where Trump and his team can meet to work on the classified documents case. The defense team arguing there are immense practical and logistical hurdles and costs that make it virtually impossible for Trump to make regular trips to a public secure facility to work on the classified material with his lawyers. So they're asking to establish the same secure area that existed while he was president. Meantime, the special counsel did obtain a search warrant for Trump's Twitter account. He was not very happy about that, taking to Truth Social, calling the move a major hit to his civil rights.
All right, Kayla Gaskins live from Capitol Hill. Thank you.
9:08 now, and evacuations are underway in Hawaii with a deadly wildfire burning across the island of Maui. The Associated Press reporting 36 people have been killed in those wildfires so far, several others hurt. And now we're just seeing shocking video pouring in on social media. You can see those flames here, the smoke billowing from the water. And over in Lahaina, absolute devastation. This is a tourist and economic hub, home to some 9,000 people. Reduced to rubble there, just destroyed. And then here, another shocking photo of those flames there. Right now, evacuations are underway with officials organizing mass bus evacuations to take people to the airport. Meanwhile, firefighters are continuing to battle the flames, which are being fueled even more by winds associated with Hurricane Dora. Those winds, though, thankfully, are decreasing overnight. Right now, we know at least 36 people are dead, dozens more injured, and the death toll is only expected to rise in the coming days as a federal team assists with search and rescue efforts. So far, more than 271 structures have also been damaged or destroyed. We hear from a man whose home was burned to rubble.
Fire was in our backyard 10 seconds after we saw the flames up at the top of the hill. We ran downstairs, grabbed our dogs and cats, and we lost the cat and the dog because just confusion, and the fire just engulfed our house.
Such a heart-wrenching situation. Meanwhile, a statement here from President Joe Biden. He is ordering all available federal assets to help combat this threat. In the meantime, the governor there says emergency shelters are overwhelmed and hospitals are overrun with burn patients. We're going to continue to follow this, but for now, that's the latest from the Live Center. A family is now speaking after finding a woman's body on a popular trail in Bel Air. Topping our next half hour, the chilling details from the discovery as this investigation continues.
Plus, back to school season is around the corner and school buses are getting ready to hit the roads again. After the break, the rules of the road you need to know to keep children safe throughout the school year. And before we head to break this morning, we've got to look at our Len Stoller traffic network. A live look at some of the cameras across the Baltimore region showing traffic moving pretty nicely here at this hour. It's 9:11 on Fox 45. Good.
Topping your health headlines, there are reports of a Medicare scam involving unwanted COVID tests.
The Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services says they are receiving increasing complaints from Medicare patients.
If this is happening to us, how many more people are being charged this and don't realize that their Medicare money is being wasted?
Companies are sending multiple COVID tests to patients who don't want or need them, then billing the cost to Medicare. CMS says they've suspended payments to more than 100 companies suspected of this scam.
And just in time for the new school year, we've got a new COVID variant. The CDC says EG5 variant now accounts for about 17% of new COVID-19 cases in the U.S. And here's what we know about it. We know it's closely related to the XBB variants, if you've been keeping up on this, and is also part of the Omicron family. Scientists believe it is slightly more resistant to the antibodies that many of us have, but new vaccines coming out soon are thought to boost immunity against it. The reports of the new COVID variant are rising right now. Researchers believe that it is due to people spending more time inside to escape the heat outside and kids going into school as well. There's no proof yet that the new variant is any more contagious.
That is definitely not what you want to hear as
No.
kids go into the school year, is
Not
it?
exactly. Hopefully we have a few more nice weeks of summer. We have meteorologist Justin Chambers taking a look at a little rain here in our forecast today.
44 days.
Oh.
Till PSLs?
No, till the autumnal equinox. Meteorological autumn, 10, 20, 10, 17, 24, 31, 3. Oh, yeah. 3 weeks from today. 3 weeks from tomorrow. Yeah. Meteorological autumn.
So when is PSL time
for you? That's PSL for me. I'm going to do it on meteorological fall this year because I know everybody cares. Our downtown Baltimore camera looking outside right now. Look, 7-Eleven's already got them, even though my 7-Eleven isn't open yet, but we'll discuss that later. Our captain's cast. So overall, captains, boaters, watermen, if you're going to be on the water, notice that small craft advisory starts at 11 a.m. That wind is not necessarily here yet, but it's going to pick up out of the southwest, especially channeling up from the south into the 10 to 20 and 25 knot range. So be aware of that. Could see 1 to 2 foot waves. So not the best day to be on the water. We do have showers and even some thunderstorms that could develop by the afternoon. And right there, just to the west of Gaithersburg, we're starting to see some showers develop, but not really much in the way of actual lightning or anything like that. We are seeing some lightning strikes well to the north and to the south of us, but it's this warm front right here that is moving in, and all of that warmer air streaming up from the south, which is why we're getting that southerly wind to pick up. You can see the storms are really starting to rock Charlotte, North Carolina, moving toward Raleigh right now. That's where we're seeing most of the activity. The best chance for severe weather today will be in southern Virginia and parts of southern Maryland. Now, for us, we still have that potential to see a couple of thunderstorms. Notice next hour and through about noon, we'll see a couple of scattered rain showers, but you can see the red arrows right there. That's the wind that will be picking up here as that system moves a little bit closer to us. Could see a break in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour this afternoon, and then potentially with some of the daytime heating, more thunderstorms develop along the 83 and 95 corridor in that 4, 5, and 6 o'clock hour. That's going to be your drive home. But about 7 p.m., everything should be all out of here and exiting stage right. So here's a look at your splash cast. Cannonball! Not the best day to jump in the pool, only because it's kind of muggy and cloudy, and then you got those rain showers and storms you got to deal with. But I'm telling you, this weekend outside by the pool, it's going to be hot, and it will be summer. So don't you worry, fall haters, because summer still has a lot left to go. Upper 70s and lower 80s across central Maryland for Westminster and Cockeysville over to Bel Air. 79 in Columbia, 83 in Annapolis, lower 80s in Baltimore City. If you are heading down the ocean today, just know some of those showers will be there as well. But Friday and Saturday, Sunday, Rehoboth, Ocean City, mid to upper 80s. Great beach weekend. And we really hope we get that O's game in this afternoon. It's a 12:35 first pitch against the Astros, of trying to avoid the sweep. We have not been swept since Adley Rutschman stepped to the plate in May of last year. So we hopefully that we don't get swept. And we're still 2 games up, which is pretty awesome. Oh, there it is. There's that number, 44 days. The autumnal equinox on the 23rd of September. A Saturday morning, really early in the morning, too, is when autumn officially arrives. But look at this summer weekend. 89 today, or 89 tomorrow, excuse me. Lower 90s Saturday and Sunday. Heat, humidity, it's going to feel like the mid to upper 90s. And then we're tracking some more storms by late Monday into Tuesday. That could put us in weather alert early next week.
All right, Justin, thanks. Now to the Lens Solar Traffic Network, where we're taking a live look over Loch Raven Boulevard. You can see traffic is moving fine for the most part. There is some volume picking up on the outer loop, but overall, traffic is moving, cars are going. So now's a good time to get up and out.
According to Harford County Fire and EMS, a person was taken to the hospital last night after a motorcycle crash shut down a portion of 95 in Harford County. Crews responding to the scene in Aberdeen, right near Route 22, just before 7 o'clock last night for the reported crash. According to Harford County Fire and EMS, the person was airlifted from the scene with reported injuries by a Maryland State Police helicopter. All southbound lanes of traffic past exit 85 were shut down, later reopened. There are no further details at this time.
Well, now let's track how gas prices are holding up this morning. The national average is sitting at $3.83. That's up 30 cents from a month ago. In Maryland, we are sitting below the national average at $3.79, but that's also up 22 cents from a month ago.
Well, back to school is less than 3 weeks away. We've been doing the math for you in many school districts in our area. And soon you will start to see an influx of yellow buses filling the roads or flashing yellow lights around those school zones. Earlier this morning, MDOT Administrator Chrissy Nizer joined us to share how important it is to be safe out there on the roads to keep our children safe.
At 10 feet around a school bus is incredibly dangerous for our children because obviously they're shorter, we can't see them as well.
You can watch the rest of this interview on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Fox 45 News is your back-to-school headquarters. Now through the first day of school, we'll be compiling all of the things busy parents need to know to prepare for a great school year. Just click on that QR code there on your screen to check out all of the stories that we've posted so far, or you can just head to foxbaltimore.com/back-to-school-HQ.
This is awesome. We have a bright spot for you this morning. Make-A-Wish 10-year-old Mark Swaggy Lane traveled from Boston to join the Savannah Bananas for a day. I absolutely love that team. This young man is a huge sports lover with a rare seizure disorder. However, Mark had the chance to spend the day with the Bananas and take part in all the team activities, just as if he was a member of the ball club. And if you've watched any of their games, they have a lot of fun. Pretty neat moment.
Oh my gosh, that's amazing.
Really cool.
So sweet.
And lots of smiles from him.
I'm sure. All right, the Cal Ripken Senior Foundation hosting an all-expenses-paid baseball camp. Still ahead, how hundreds of kids came together to play their favorite sport.
We're here at Falling Branch Brewery in Harford County, Maryland, where there is so much to do for the whole family. Not only can you enjoy some fun beers, but you can also participate in Pumpkin Fest coming up this fall. We've got the full scoop on that in just a little bit. You're watching Fox 45. Good day.
The oldest farm brewery in Harford County has some autumn activities planned just in time for the start of fall in a few weeks.
Amy Aronson is at Falling Branch Brewery with everything they have going on. Amy.
Yeah, we're here at Falling Branch Brewery up in Harford County, actually in Street, Maryland, where there's actually a big pumpkin patch behind me. So it's more than just enjoying beer. I'm here with Colin Boyles this morning telling us all about Pumpkin Fest and everything coming up starting in September.
Yep.
Lots of busy weekends.
Oh yeah, it's one of our biggest events, biggest money maker. It attracts a lot of people, a lot.
Well, you've got a lot of pumpkins behind us here, so that is good. You're prepared.
Yes. Yeah.
What else is going to be happening here?
So we're going to have a couple events coming up. One is a hook and ladder for fire department. And then we'll have a couple other like food trucks during the whole entire Pumpkin Fest. We'll have upcoming shirts and a bunch of other games and things for the kids for the Pumpkin Fest too.
Fun things. And I'm sure you've got a good lineup coming up of beers, fall beers, pumpkin beers, all the things to enjoy and sip on maybe while the kids are picking the pumpkins, right?
Yes, yes. Lots of good cider coming up, and then more varieties of beers. That way it's more broad for everyone to come in, and it's more enjoyable.
Okay,
so
fun. Any other events you want to mention coming up if people are making a list on their calendar right now?
I think that's about it. I think most of all the stuff is through Pumpkin Fest. So stop out and enjoy everything from that whole month.
And you've got a good backdrop. You've got plenty of outdoor spaces to sit in, plus an indoor barn, so lots of options, weather dependent.
Yes, and then we'll have constant food trucks. So there's a bunch of food that people can enjoy while they're drinking beer too. So.
Okay, great, awesome. Well, we've got the information up on our website. If you want to come check it out, head over to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. Here in Street, Maryland, meteorologist Amy Aronson, Fox 45 News.
Pretty stupid. You got to do it. Where's the ballpark going to go?
Frustrated fans as the Orioles continue to soar, but their lease is at a standstill. Still ahead, we're going to take a closer look at the delays and what fans are saying about it.
This morning, we are tracking the next weather maker bringing rain to the region. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers is letting you know if we'll dry out heading into the weekend. It's 9:27 and you're watching Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
The search is on for the suspect or suspects responsible for killing Rachel Morin. Coming up next, we're hearing the chilling details from the man who found her body.
Plus, the Consumer Price Index report is out this morning. Its impact, though, will be on Wall Street. Just ahead from the Live Center, why we received that mixed bag.
Also, our temperatures have been warm most of the morning, and we are seeing temperatures that will going to be hot this weekend. But we're tracking some rain showers. We'll break it down for you coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Welcome back to Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. It's Thursday, Friday Eve, August 10th. I'm Megan Gillen.
I'm Tom Rogers. Want to get right over to meteorologist Justin Chambers talking about the rain headed our way.
Yeah, exactly right, guys. We'll take a look at that radar here and show you exactly where some of that rain is. Not necessarily in our area just yet. You can see a couple of light showers up there in parts of north of Westminster and Carroll County. Also over toward Frederick, we're seeing that kind of come right down the I-70 corridor. So if you're heading west on 70 in the next hour, probably going to run into some of those rain showers. No thunderstorms at this time, but that could change later today. And you can see all of that cloud cover that is out there from our Mile 1 Auto Group cam. Definitely kind of that muggy feeling. Your yard and gardening cash, you got a little time here in the next hour or two to get some stuff done before that rain rolls in. And temps today are going to be below average for this time of year and a little cooler than yesterday, upper 70s and lower 80s. But tomorrow, we're right back at it. That ice cream melting quickly on Friday and Saturday with upper 80s and lower 90s. The steamy weekend that is going to be right here around the corner. We'll talk a little bit more about that and track another look at that rain in just a few minutes. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. In our Lens Solar Traffic Network, looking good on all major roads around the Baltimore region here. Taking a live look from the Ruxton Road and Charles Street.
We have continuing coverage this morning. The search for a killer continues in Harford County after a woman was found dead on a popular Bel Air trail on Sunday. We are now hearing from the family who says they discovered her body, describing the gruesome scene. And a warning to all of you, the details are graphic.
I saw a terrible mess. My daughter said that there was a big rock down there that was all caked in blood. If somebody were just to do a thrill kill, it wouldn't be as brutal as what we witnessed.
Olivia Dance joining us live this morning with more from the man who says that he and his stepdaughter discovered Warren's body. Olivia?
Well, Michael Grabazeski is a former National Park search and rescue officer, and following reports that Rachel Morin was missing, he and his stepdaughter began searching the Ma and Pa Trail. But again, we want to remind you that the details of what they encountered may be disturbing.
My daughter said that there was a big rock down there that was all caked in blood. There's not going to be an open casket, I can guarantee you that.
He says 37-year-old Rachel Morin's body was found in a pool of blood in a tunnel drain not far from the trail's main entrance. He says Morin's body was suffering severe head trauma, an injury he believes could be the result of a rock. The latest update from the Harford County Sheriff's Department declining to comment on how Morin died and not yet naming a suspect. Meanwhile, Morin's boyfriend quickly took to social media to proclaim his innocence, saying he loves Rachel and would never do anything to hurt her. Gabrzeski tells Fox 45 News that whoever the killer is, he's convinced it was someone close with the victim.
Because it's too personal. If somebody were just to do a thrill kill, it wouldn't be as brutal as what we witnessed.
Now, court records show that Morin's boyfriend has a history of domestic violence accusations. Now, the Harford County Sheriff says that he has been interviewed, but so far no suspects have been identified. For now, reporting live, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Thank you, Olivia. Court records do show that Morin's boyfriend does have a history of domestic violence allegations. Harford County police say they have interviewed him. Police are not naming him or anyone as a suspect at this time. The Harford County Sheriff's Office is asking anyone who was on or near that trail this weekend to send in pictures as they piece together this investigation. Officers say they have already received more than 100 tips.
Rachel's sister, Rebecca, created this GoFundMe to help cover her funeral costs. And on that page, it reads that Rachel was a mother of 5, and any funds left after the funeral will go directly to her children. It's raised more than $41,000 as of this morning.
From the Live Center now this morning, we want to take you live to our nation's capital here this morning as U.S. and labor statistics releasing the Consumer Price Index report. Here's what we saw. Consumer prices rose 3.2% in July, and that is higher than the number we saw in June, and the first time in a year that we have seen inflation come in higher than the month before. However, If you strip out food and fuel, which are the two most volatile categories, core inflation, the measure of everything else, was up 4.7%. And that's actually a tick lower than the core inflation number from June. Here's a breakdown of some of the individual categories month to month here, with a focus on fuel because it is really what's contributing to this month's higher rate. In July, fuel oil was up 3% from June, reversing months of declines. Utility gas service was up 2%, also reversing 5 months of declines. Gasoline itself was up 0.2%, and that is the same for groceries. Shelter, things like rent, also continued to rise 0.4%. That's the latest from our live center.
The Commanders have changed their owner, but will they now be changing their name again? Still to come. The latest updates on whether or not the team is planning to turn back the clock to when they were the Redskins. This morning, we are tracking our next weather maker, a Weather Authority team of meteorologists letting you know how this will impact the temperatures moving into your weekend and if you should grab that umbrella this afternoon. You're watching Fox 45's Good Day Baltimore.
We want to take you live to Camden Yards here this morning as the O's are recovering from two tough losses to the Houston Astros. Last night was a big one. The O's lost 8-2, but the night before was close. They didn't lose until the top of the ninth, ended up 7-6. Despite these losses, O's fans are hoping the young and exciting, amazing team carries this city on a deep postseason run. Still looking great, leading our division. But the Orioles' future at Camden Yards, that's what's in question here this morning, not set in stone just yet.
Yeah, the Orioles' lease with the state of Maryland set to expire December 31st of this year.
Despite optimism, there are negotiations that are not moving as swiftly as some had hoped.
It's sad. This is our home.
Yeah, it's frustration because we need to know where we're going to play baseball next year, and it has to be Oriole Park at Camden Yards.
Well, according to The Athletic, the problem is team owner John Angelos. He wants a lease that includes more than the commitment by the state to unlock $600 million in public funds for ballpark improvements. Plus, he wants to develop an area around the ballpark that could include a mix of shops and dining.
Well, the team has played in Oriole Park at Camden Yards since 1992, when the state actually built that ballpark. The O's and Governor Wes Moore both say they are committed to renewing that lease.
According to the Baltimore Banner, a public opinion poll opened this week asked fans about a potential plan to revitalize the area around Camden Yards and M&T Bank Stadium. The poll refers to the area as Camden Crossing, alluding to a plan for major investment in hotels, housing, and office space. We do know Governor Moore and the Orioles chairman, John Angelos, visited the Battery in Atlanta earlier this year. That's an area right outside the Braves Stadium featuring bars and other entertainment. They've expressed interest in a similar area right here in Baltimore.
Hundreds of kids from all across the country gathered in Aberdeen today to play the sport they love. The Cal Ripken Senior Foundation invited kids to participate in a 3-day, all-expenses-paid baseball camp here in Maryland. The camp also focuses on character building and forming relationships with members of law enforcement. Representatives from police departments all across Maryland meeting with the kids, hoping to teach them about how to make their communities a safer place. Kids at the camp saying they love the experience.
My coaches, they really give us pep talks and they make us the people we are today.
I like meeting the experience of meeting new people and trying new things.
Each night, campers engage in a discussion where they're asked to reflect on what they have learned and how they can take these lessons back to their communities to make a positive impact.
Women's World Cup is back in action. Spain taking on Netherlands tonight at 9. Coverage begins at 8. You can watch all the action right here on Fox 45. You can catch Fox 45 News at 10 over on the CW.
Then you can catch Japan versus Sweden also here on Fox 45 at 3:30 a.m. Set your alarms tomorrow morning. Fox 45 early edition. We're going to start on the CW Baltimore until around 5:30 in the morning, and then we'll be back here on Fox 45 after the match.
Coming up after the break, Swifties all around the world waking up in style. The surprise announcement that has fans going completely bonkers.
Oh, boy. And something that would go well at any Taylor Swift concert, a good old-fashioned s'more. I guess that works, right? Coming up, we're going to show you the proper techniques on how to make this classic summer treat. Cruel, cruel summer, maybe? I don't know. In your Sports Unlimited coverage, a Native American group wants the NFL's Washington Commanders to change their name back to the Redskins. In a letter to the team, the Native American Guardians Association threatened to boycott. The group wants to honor Native American heritage. Washington changed its name last season following years of complaints from indigenous activists who called it a slur and disparaging stereotype. The letter has more than 74,000 signatures.
During Washington Commanders training camp, Governor Wes Moore said he's committed to keeping the team in Maryland.
So we know that this is going to be a championship team going forward. It's exciting about the new vision that the new ownership has and coming on board. And I think it really does correlate and correspond well to how we're thinking about things in the state of Maryland. So we are excited for them to be able to build and grow and win in the state of Maryland.
Both Virginia and D.C., they're also bidding to have the Commanders play there. And Governor Moore says he's already engaged with talks with the new owners. 9:46, and yeah, trending this morning. Swifties' wildest dreams are coming true as the superstar announces 1989 Taylor's version. This is the fourth album Swift has re-recorded, the most recent being Speak Now. She made the big announcement last night at a concert in California, and as you can imagine, fans are completely losing it.
That excitement, yeah, being seen on Twitter. I think this one might be my favorite. Look at this. Little face. Babe, wake up. Taylor Swift just announced 1989 Taylor's version. All right, we got more for you. We've got another person writing in saying, this is going to be amazing. Taylor, thank you so much for always giving us your best. We love you so much. One more for you. We've got another person saying, Taylor looks so happy in this picture that it makes me happy too. Out of the 4 Taylor version album covers, this is by far the happiest and most candid of them. And I mean, guys, this goes on and on. People, they're a little excited. There are fans just, I mean, it's Swiftie Nation responding.
Here's what I don't understand. I mean, when did this break? Last night?
Yeah, last night at the concert.
It's 9:47. Why are we just talking about this? We've been on the air for 5 hours and 17 minutes.
And this is Justin right now.
That's me. I'm like, yeah.
So she's just remaking the same ones, right? She's just redoing other ones.
Adding new tracks, however.
Hidden tracks.
Yep.
Wow.
She says, from the vault. I read stuff.
Interesting.
I know
I was going to say, Justin, well done. I didn't know that.
You could have brought it. How many times has Justin been on air this morning, though? How many times? You could have brought it up. You bring things up randomly. You talk more about PSL than one of the 36 other times you could have brought this up.
No comment.
I've been in the same studio as Taylor Swift, but at a different time. In Nashville, our sister station in Nashville, our morning show, we interviewed her. This is before I was there, but I was in that same studio. She was in that studio.
Taylor Swift and I were both born in the same state. How's that? But at different times.
So Tom says Taylor Swift was born in the same state, but at different times. All right, that makes sense. Way after Tom. All right, our good morning to you. Looking at our Bromo Seltzer Tower. Can you get that cat emoji up again? That's how I feel about that time. Okay, I guess not. All right, so we're talking about rain. We are tracking a few showers. So far we've been dry, and this continues to be the case. You can see a few of those showers north of Gaithersburg out through Frederick right now. As we pull back a little bit farther, this is the warm front. So you see that red line with those little semicircles right there. That's that warmer air that's surging up from the south. So wind is going to increase over the next couple of hours as the system moves closer to us, and that's going to help to bring in some more of those rain showers. Now, the strongest storms are right near Charlotte, heading toward Raleigh at this time. You can see, look at that cluster of thunderstorms, all of that lightning. So far, it's been nothing severe, but if we get any severe weather today, most of that will be well to the south of our region here at home. So this is our hourly future scan. Next hour, notice we stay dry. Watch what happens as we get to about noon. A few of those light showers kind of moving in. That's what the light green is indicating. But as we get to about 2, 3 o'clock, we actually get a break from the rain and then the potential for some thunderstorms in the 4 o'clock hour. Look at the orange and the red for Baltimore up toward Bel Air. That's when we actually could see some of the stronger storms pushing out of here. All of it's gone by about 7, 8 o'clock tonight. So hopefully you got the sprinklers off already, as Mother Nature will do some of the watering for you with more rain that is coming our way. And high temperatures today below average and cooler than yesterday, even though it feels mild and muggy. We'll see those upper 70s and lower 80s as we head toward the afternoon, not only in Carroll and Baltimore counties, but in Howard and Anne Arundel counties, upper 70s and lower 80s as well. The 7-day forecast looks like this. Hopefully we get the O's game in. It's a 12:35 first pitch. We're going to try to get that game in no matter what, and hopefully they avoid the sweep. 89 tomorrow. It is going to be hot. It is going to be steamy this weekend with lower 90s into your Saturday and Sunday. Coming up in a few minutes, not only will I have the 10-day forecast, but we're talking s'mores. Yeah, we're lighting it up after the break.
Hey, we're up. All right. Well, summer's just about over. In fact, it's only, 3 weeks away before kids are back in school, and there's one more summer treat you want to do now before you have to head back in.
So we have two people that let's all go over. We want to introduce you to. So we're all going to come together, and right here we are going to introduce you to the one and only naturalist for Baltimore City Parks, Molly Hope's joining us, and her granddaughter Autry Thompson. Good morning, guys. How are you?
Good.
So good morning. You're teaching us how to build a campfire here this morning. What is the first and most important step so we can do this and do this safely?
Well, first you have to make sure what the rules are where you're building your campfire. Make sure you're allowed to have a campfire, and you want to clear an area of all debris so there's not going to be anything flammable around, like make a little pit, maybe put some rocks around it.
So we're going to put Justin and Tom to work. They're going to start building here right now. Give the first tip. What's the best advice?
Tinder. You have to start. You have to start with the little tiny bits of lichen and bark and little twigs and maybe some paper towels and newspapers, things like that. Pine needles.
Start in this area.
Because the fire's going to start out very small. It's not going to be hot enough to burn the big pieces of wood.
Now, can I put these on?
I would put a little more small stuff in the middle.
And you put paper towels, newspapers, good to get it started?
Anything, yes, exactly.
Okay, and then you start with the log.
Like a little teepee out of those middle-sized branches there, the kindling, or you can do a log. There's different ways to do it.
Do you like the teepee or
I like the teepee best.
You like the teepee?
That's why I got some of these sticks that have like a little Y shape.
All right, we're gonna put Autry in here. Autry, how many fires have you built?
All the fires I built was either with my friend Juliana or my mom or my grandma.
So then, once we get this built, what is the perfect s'more making process after that? Do you wait until the ashes get a little red on the bottom?
Well, I don't think you have to wait that long. You have to have a little space where it's just nice and warm. I like mine like toasty brown.
Yes.
Like this.
Oh.
So I like to put Put it down in there, not in the fire, not in the fire, but like where a nice warm spot is, and I turn it really slowly so it gets nice and toasty brown and doesn't get burned. Although Autry, on the other hand, she likes to do the burned marshmallows.
Let me see, Autry, what's your way of doing this?
I like burned because it gets mushy inside, and then I just peel off the black.
Oh, that's how I like it too. I think that's pretty well done. And the one thing to be careful, fire safety, we talk about Baltimore City especially. You don't always have, you know, an area that's safe to do this. What's your recommendation if you're going to start something?
Well, you need to have a bucket of water ready, so when you're
there
done, you can douse it with the water.
Yep.
And maybe some sand. But that's the main thing, and keep kids away from the fire. Don't let them walk that close to the fire.
Is there any chance in this day that Tom can start a fire like this? I'm going to have you answer that one. Any chance Mr. Tom is going to get this going?
No.
No.
I watched that.
All right, I'm going to get to work. Justin, I'm going to let you take over and see if I can help Tom out.
No, I think he's doing a great job there. If you just blow and just kind of rub it right there. We got to wrap things up. We'll do our 10-day forecast. I think we're going to pop that up. It's obviously muggy out here. There's going to be some rain that's going to put out your fires here today, but tomorrow we're going to have a lot better conditions, hotter conditions for the weekend. We're talking upper 80s, lower 90s, and then we keep those 90s going. We do have some storms possibly next week as well, but let's bring it out here live. Look at that. Autry is eating.
Autry, we're just supposed to share
live. Look
You
at the camera.
want to show Mr. Graham? How's it taste?
Good.
Yeah.
You have to make sure you put the marshmallow on while it's still hot so the chocolate melts a little bit. Yes. That's the trick. You have to have your graham crackers ready with your chocolate on already.
All right, let's get to work. Have a great day, everyone. Ready to start moving here? Let's see if we can make something.
Oh, I'm not a big marshmallow fan, but I'm gonna get it. They smell good. They smell good. Let's go. Get it in there, Meg. Fire it up.